morning, everybody. My name is Vishnu. I'm very happy to welcome you all to this session. We have a very unique session today. We have a bunch of scholars for the first time that ITU is welcoming AI for Good scholars, and it's a great pleasure to welcome the scholars here. I will give you some background. My name is Vishnu. I'm a consultant. I've been working with AI for Good for maybe last 6 years or 7 years to 6 years, like that. Before that, I have been working with the research industry research for a long time. My focus areas are what you will share today. So we will get right into that. We would like to thank our sponsors, Ministry of International Information. ITU AI for Good for hosting this session. So today, our agenda goes like this. We have the scholars whom we have invited. These are the people who are the most important people that you're seeing today here. I would be quizzing them on a bunch of use cases that we have worked upon in the last month, 2 months or 3 months or so. We have been collecting use cases on AI, utilizing AI for sustainable development goals from around the world. So you will hear today about these use cases, which not me. I would like to say it's me, but it's these guys who have worked upon a lot of, let me assure you, a lot of midnight oil has gone into this. There is a report coming out today, afternoon. We will publish in the same room at 2 o'clock. We have a publishing of the reports that these guys have collated. There is a total of 40 use cases that we will publish today, but let's take the creme de la creme, if you will, and let's discuss some particular aspects of these particular use cases today. And let's get into it. Can I please ask, maybe let's start with Innocent. Innocent, please introduce yourself, if you don't mind. And please tell briefly about what your background is, and also where you're from, and also which use case that you have tried.
Okay, thank you, Vishan. As Vishan said, my name is Innocent Nsimenyera, coming from Rwanda, Kigali. I have background in applied machine learning. I have masters in machine learning from Carnegie Mellon University, and also currently working with Global Green Growth Institute as data scientist consultant. And nice to be with you. Mostly regarding the user case, I've been analyzed around 5 user case, but I can go deeper into one from Hungary. That user case, it's from Hungary, but I also have been applied to most around 5 countries, which is Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Senegal, and St. Lucia. That user case is called AI-supported green growth simulation tool for assessing SDG co-benefit. It's a strong tool which contains different scenario and allows user to simulate and check according to the scenario. It's also analyzed for different kind of sectors, which is energy, water and waste, and also agriculture, forest, and other land use. That user case also using AI-supported network analysis to analyze, like for instance, when there is lack of data, mostly like for social inclusion and gender model, there is lack of data and system dynamic model. So we use AI-based network analysis to check whether we can find some similarity regarding data use. And also we use AI for validating the model. In case we have like the result, AI can be applied to validate that result using machine learning algorithm like random forest or linear regression to check where the result is appeared and how they be effort for that, kind of like that. The user case author is here. Thank you, Lilibet, for being here. Lilibet is a deputy director from Green Growth Institute, and she's the owner of that user case. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Hi, my name is Talia Kazmarek. I'm from the United States. I study at Worcester Polytechnic Institute, which is in Massachusetts, and I study both business and computer science, specifically artificial intelligence. My background, even though I am pretty young and I'm still learning, is with supervised learning research, specifically looking at public data sets and their precision and recall rates with certain algorithms. And I've also done Harvard's CS50 Intro to AI, and that's how I'm here now. I'm doing my own research with trend predictions in the fashion industry. So specifically, my use case was actually with the Beijing Fashion Institute. It's the Institute of Technology's fashion sector with Professor Yu. And what they're doing specifically is looking at the generative designs you can make of a specific actual design that's actually called Exquisite Wonderland. So their work is with actually Midjourney, which is a popular known image, text-to-image generating platform essentially that started on Discord, is used a lot with artwork, and has now actually grown quite a bit, scaled quite a bit, has their own website. They're specifically using Midjourney to try to make the design process in the fashion industry more sustainable, having a less of a carbon footprint when it comes to designing, simply because it is quite a waste of material a lot of times. It does hurt the planet. And in doing so, hoping to scale that down and then do it in a more digital manner long term to possibly scale into more 3D modeling and such.
Thank you very much, Talia. Afra, please briefly introduce yourself and the use case as well.
All right, thank you. My name is Afra Hussein. I'm from Ethiopia, a student. Currently, I'm pursuing my bachelor degree in master's both in Addis Ababa Science and Technology University. And the use case that I just work on is supporting families of missing person of donor flooding using AI chatbot from Libya to solve natural disasters. When the natural disasters occur, to find the missing person using AI chatbots integrating with different channels, for example, WhatsApp. And the main problem is to assist family to find the missing loved one. And when we came to the the main part, the AI chatbot integrated with database that include local data, which have been sent through the WhatsApp. It can be the location, the name, the age, information related to the person. Then that will be changed from, there will be a change from text to data conversion. Then after that, there will be a k-mean clustering. Then using this all information, there will be a mapping or plotting using GeoPanda. Then after all, the communication between the user and the chatbot will be using generative AI. And that's it.
Asrat, please.
Thank you, Dr. My name is Asad. I'm from Ethiopia. So I'm a professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering of Addis Ababa Science and Technology University. Afa is my student. So we work on, so many, models and domains in the area of AI and cloud computing. So I'm glad to be here. So the use case I have been working on is on the SME, enhancing small and medium enterprises in their online presence. So this is done by Chuang Lin, who is affiliated in the Ant Group, is a Chinese company that works on, business platforms, okay? Develop online payment and related activities for small and large companies. So the interesting aspect of this use case is, based on the US company, Labor Bureau, they have researched and reported that within the first year, around 20% of SMEs are dying. In the third year, around 37. Okay, in the fifth year, 50% are out of business. So this is very important because the main reason is their market reachability. They are unable to find the market because they are very small. They cannot, invest on promotion and marketing. So they are dying out. So this application is very interesting so that these SMEs can reach with small, investment or no investment at all, so that they can deploy through on-demand cloud platforms and reach out to their customers. So that's very interesting.
Thank you so much. Florence, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Florence Upendo Rashid. I'm from Tanzania. On my background, I have a bachelor degree in computer science, master's in telecommunication engineering, and PhD in telecommunication engineering as well. And I'm doing research in artificial intelligence, wireless optical communication, and so forth. Also, I'm the head of department of electronics and telecommunication engineering. Also, I have my student, but also now we have employed as a tutorial assistant, so he's my mentee. Thank you. Okay, here for the use case called developing artificial intelligence powered system for enhancing transparent and accountability in public procurement and project monitoring in Tanzania. And the author of this one is Dr. Michael Morel. He was not able to come, but he is also collaborating with the University of Dodoma, where I work, and the University of Dar es Salaam. So it's a work of collaboration between the three organizations. So under this use case, the main problem you are trying to address is the lack of transparency and accountability in procurement and project monitoring processes. As we can know, most of us in Africa, this is a problem in procuring equipment, also in monitoring the project. When someone is given a project, it's hard to monitor it. So we are trying to use case so that it can help in monitoring all the process of procurement, also monitoring the project execution. So with this one, we are using natural language processing for data analysis, also large language models. This for interactive because we are preparing a chat GPT that it will be interactive. Also, we have text clarification. It will be clarifying the text. Also, anomaly detection with the chat. It can tell you, well, maybe with this the document you have entered, there is a signs of corruption. So you have, as the investigator, you should take into account earlier before or the corruption can happen, or if it's a project, make sure you take in consideration early before the execution goes bad. So this is how the project is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Makina, please.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Kifalu Mkina from Tanzania. I'm the tutorial assistant working with Dr. Florence as my head of department, but also currently she is acting principal at our college. Of course, I hold a bachelor in telecommunication engineering at University of Dodoma. And currently, as I've said, I'm working as tutorial assistant. But also, I'm trying to see how can I leverage the artificial intelligence in the telecom sectors. So we have been doing some works that actually trying to see how we can leverage the artificial intelligence in the telecom domains. The user case that actually I was working on, it is AI rapid TB tuberculosis diagnosis. The author of this user case is from Tanzania, which is Gideon Gelegaze, but also there too, and another one is Ndabuye from also Tanzania. So in fact, the user case, the aim of this is to enhance the early TB diagnosis using AI from microscopic image of sputum samples that will significantly reduce the turnaround time. So in a way that now we can a patient can start the treatment immediately. So that was the key or the problem to be addressing this AI lab DTB diagnosis. By the way, we have been working on how we can use on how we can train the model based on the data that we are currently have. Actually, we are trying to use the public one, but also the private one on how we can develop or fine-tune the pre-trained the model. Okay, that's all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I go this side now? I want to ask Mr. Bo, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor to be here. I'm He Bo from China. I'm a senior engineer, and currently I'm working as the deputy director of Internet Law Research Center of China Academy of Information, Communication, and Technology. And I'm a senior engineer, but I have a PhD in law. So my main job is doing research about the legal issues such as the personal information protection, data processing, and cybersecurity, as well as the AI governance. And I have participated in several AI-related legislations and regulations in China, and I'm also the drafter of the China AI model law, and I'm very glad to be here. And as for the use case, I have participated and work with the two cases. And one case is the application case of AI in transportation, and another case is the smarter energy city. And I'd like to share the first case. The first case is very interesting. The case is about the Metro Intelligent Customer Service Center case. And this is a case from Guangzhou, China, and use AI to improve subway consulting system service. The Metro Intelligence Customer Service Center use a large language model to help the users to get subway traffic information more quickly and accurately. And through this AI technology, they can reduce the waiting time and timely feedback on service problems. That's all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hu Zhenkun from SenseTime, which is a leading AI company based in Shanghai, China. And we provide cutting-edge AI solutions to various industries, including the auto industries, entertainment, and so on. And I'm the director of AI ethics and governance research at the company. My major responsibility is to make sure that our products and our technologies are released in line with our ethical values and in good safety standards. And the use case that I personally contributed to the program is one of the projects that we have been collaborating with the Bank of Shanghai, which is a local city bank in Shanghai. And we because Shanghai is a large city with a lot of aging populations, one of the challenges that our customer facing is how to make sure that the elderly people, they can access financial service in a more comfortable and safe manner. And so the solution that we work with them to develop is a large language model based digital employee, which means we provide a realistic human digital human in the interface of their mobile app and online banking, and also their local branches, so they can, when the elderly people approach to local branch, they have a digital employee which is a screen, right? So they can greet people and provide service, and also based on the solution, they can provide professional financial advice through their mobile app to elder people, and also in different languages. And because China is a large country, a lot of people coming with different accent, and how to be able to understand what the elder people are saying, what they want. It's a critical capability of that the digital employee. So not only we have a large language model, we also have a financial knowledge base that we collaborate with the Bank of Shanghai to develop, to build, and so that we can provide accurate and professional and reliable service to their elderly customers. Yeah, that's the basic information about the use case.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Otnel Ega from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I'm a recent graduate from the Federal University of Technology, MENA, and also a member of the YNEST research group. I have a research interest in the areas of telecommunications as well as climate action. During the scholar program, I was assigned 3 use cases. The first use case is use case 6, that is on the report, use case 6, which is using AI to bridge the standard gap for African contributors. I also worked on use case 28, which is the digital application of technical standards for the power grid for southern China. The third use case is the digital repository for modern farmers to sorry, sorry. Okay, it's a modern repository to empower farmers in sub-Saharan Africa. So I will talk about the first use case, which is the using AI to reduce the 6G standard barrier for African contributors. So there exists a knowledge gap between the developing nations as well as the developed nations. And one of the initiatives of the ITU, which is the BSG, and also the ML5G, which seeks to bridge the knowledge gap between the developing nations as well as the developed nations. Now, this use case uses AI, is a chatbot that bridges this gap. So there's a text-to-text generation where the innovators get to query this chatbot that was trained using materials from the ITU focus groups and other standard materials. So when the innovator queries this chatbot, it returns information that has to do with standards, information that has to do with multimedia from the focus group meetings. Now, the thing is, this use case seeks to solve the issue of availability, also timeliness. Now, for the existing solutions that are there, you have the groups, and the groups usually have like times for meetings, place to meet, to discuss, and then bridge this knowledge gap. But this AI solution is there, is readily available. You can interact with it anytime and any day. And I see this use case going beyond just Africa, even other developing nations as well. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, firstly, good morning everyone for your valuable time spending over this wonderful discussion. This is P. Prithvi Krishna from India. I am interning at Omax Technocraft Solutions incubated in SRM University. I am a student from SRM University, India. So upon coming to my background, I have an experience from past 2 years in ITU, ML5G initiatives, working in the student mentoring projects. And upon my selecting to the ITU Global Summit 2024, so I have a chance to explore and work on the different use cases, like use case 5, AI-based chatbot for farmers. Use case author is Tejal ma'am from India, and also have seen some use cases from other countries as well, like Turkey, Thailand. So one of the interesting use case, like use case 24, it's a AI protect Indian Middle East economic corridor. So have I got a chance to explore these all use cases. So coming to my use case 5, AI based chatbot for farmers, I felt very excited. So the use case represents that like agriculture, the domain is actually based on agriculture. So what we can address, so in agriculture the main issues facing by farmers, so can we address the issue? So I am sure that maybe we can or we cannot, but I am 100% sure AI can address the issue. So I will be delivering about the the problem statement, what are the technologies we are using, how is AI, can we address SDGs in the further questions. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you. My name is Shan Xu from China Academy of Information and Telecommunication Technology, and my research institute field is in AI for health. And I think there's many AI for health use cases this way, but fortunately, my task is in two cases. One is the invested forest is from Brasilia, and another one is automatic driving is from Chang'an. So I will first share the embarrassed the forest. I think it's a very interesting cases. And it's from Brasilia, that is to use the AI to, for example, you have the streamed video images and you have this data put in, and the artificial intelligence automatically to direct is if there is any fires, and then you set up the alert, and then there's a mechanism for them to monitor and detect and to quickly react it. I think the most interesting one is that this case related to many SDGs, and that is SDG 3, good health and well-being, because the fires in the forest will put a hurt on people, and the SDG 6 is clean water and sanitations. And SDG 8 is intent walk and equality growth. SDG 13 is climate action, of course, because the carbon released by the fire. And SDG 15 is life on land. So this is a brief introduction of this case, the AI part and the SDG part. And for the other case, I will talk very briefly, is that the Chang'an case. Because people, when they drive very a long way or on the for example the high speed road, people get tired, and how can AI to automatically to detect some risk on the road, and also to give some assistance when you drive it. So this is the case, and it already many use to make AI to have the benefit, and also they would like to, for example, to enhance the capacity of generating a natural driving sequence to these products, and to improve the driving qualities of the experience, and to have them intelligent services on the product. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you saw first pass, right? One pass. We have done one pass of the scholars and the use cases. What did you notice? See, first of all, you see that there is a great diversity among the scholars, right? You have experience levels, you have different experience levels. There are students, there are currently enrolled students, there are passed out students, freshers, there are professors, there are startups, there are engineers. It's a mix. Plus, we also have a bunch of use cases, diverse set of use cases. You saw, I think I noticed about 5 or 6 different domains, starting from agriculture, forest fire prevention, climate change, even government services. The ones which we discussed just now are actually corruption prevention, which is actually a government service, plus autonomous driving and so on. So it's a mix of domains that we have. We have just about time to look at each of the use cases very, very briefly. I want to bring out some very specific aspects that we have specifically worked with these scholars, handpicked for you. So I want to ask, in a sense, a specific question that is on what is AI in your use case? In a sense, what kind of AI models are we talking about? How are they used in your use case, and where they are deployed? Please, very briefly.
All right. Sorry. Thank you, Vishan, for the good question. Regarding for AI-supported simulation tool for assessing Green Growth Index, simulation tool. So we are using an AI regarding for, as I said, like for instance, when we are having lack of data or lack of model, we just check through AI where we can get like kind of similarity data on that. Afterward, we also check data validation as well as the result validation using a machine learning algorithm. As I said, we use random forests or linear regression to check whether we have like similarity regarding on the result we found. Not only that, but also AI is help us to assess where we have kind of data and using like a network analysis, like check correlation analysis, kind of like that. Regarding on that, we can find which we are approaching the good result or we are aware of the result we get, kind of like that.
Yes, and can I quickly ask you, what type of data are we talking about?
Sorry?
What type of data are we talking about?
Okay, so we are using a text-based data because we mostly, while we are using a simulation tool for GROB, we extract data from international database like World Bank and SDG, but also for the national level, we look for the national data, like we are working closely with ministries to check like if there is any variable of that, like Ministry of Energy or regarding for the energy data, or work with agriculture ministry regarding on agriculture data, kind of like that. It's all about text-based data.
Can I ask you, who consumes the results from your models?
All right, so the consumer of our results, the policymaker and research. Suppose you are a researcher just going to look how the climate action the benefit from what you already have, and also to see how it is impact to sustainable development. It might be a big trick for you where you can start. Regarding that, simulation tool is there to help you because it allows policymaker or researcher to simulate and see what the impact of climate action regarding on or sustainable development goal.
What is this tool that you're talking about?
It's all about interactive dashboard where researcher or policymaker can go and check and simulate regarding on the scenarios like business as usual, RE scenario, and reta scenario. It depends on the country, but I just give you an example like what we applied for Hungary. It's all about a business as usual scenario as well as reta scenario and RE scenario.
How long did it take you to make this?
This might be a since from 5 years, a little bit, maybe. It started from 2019, and currently we are still also improving because we needed to add more SDG indicator to adapt to sustainable development goals.
Thank you so much, Innocent. I think that's a thank you for first of all bringing that, Lilibet and Innocent. Thank you for coming and please bringing that here. Talia, please.
Thank you.
Can I ask you? You know, your use case is very unique. I think it's about art and fashion. It just stands out. I think it's a very unique case. Can you tell us what type of AI is used in the use case?
Yeah. So the AI used as of right now by Professor Yu in Beijing is Midjourney, which is public, can be used, started on Discord, and actually now has its own website, scaled quite a bit as a company. Midjourney itself is text to image. So you have your text generation, essentially your input as a user, you can put in whatever you'd like. It's been trained obviously by thousands upon thousands of images on their team at Midjourney, and then generates an image based off of your prompt. So it's a pretty popular known. I will say that because of that, there's obviously some restrictions legally regarding if you generate an image, who owns that image, things like that. It's very big in the States right now regarding that. But I will say that AI-wise, it is Midjourney. Yes.
Do we have a presentation today afternoon?
Yes, we do. Professor Yu is coming.
Don't miss that. It's a very pretty
The images
set of
are
slides.
beautiful.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful set of slides that Professor Yu from Beijing Institute of Fashion Technologies don't miss that. Can I ask you, what type of who uses this? Who uses this kind of output from the generated models?
I will say, in general, in art and design and fashion, it's really as a reference more so right now. Again, with the whole legalities of who owns the image, it's very careful when how you use it. You can't exactly say you generated that image. It's a little bit of an argument. I know in the States there's councils and such for this, but as of right now, it's used again as references, but it has expanded quite a bit to generating ideas for designs. That's kind of the way it's going. So for example, if we generate an idea for a dress, it may be, for example, that cut of the dress is maybe a reference that we're going to use, but we can't say that that image is our design. So it's more of a leeway in that regard.
Can I ask you a tricky question? What will happen to physical models? I mean, the men and women who are physically modeling now, if you would generate the designs, what would happen to them?
I know as of right now, Professor Yu's next steps are to scale it if possible. So a big idea that she was thinking about was 3D modeling. So to take an idea like Midjourney, to keep it as almost like a base foundation idea and make it more into a 3D model, which will generate this idea of a text input, but rather than a solid single PNG JPEG image, you'll have a 3D model that even maybe you can try on, put on your phone, and it scans your body and will put it on you. I think in that regard, especially in the States, it probably would go very popular. I know a big thing business-wise when it comes to fashion is sustainability, authenticity. It's a huge thing. It really adds to your brand image, makes you not only just reputable, but trusted by consumers. So I think in that regard, it'd be good. Obviously, with the current industry, that would be a huge pivot, a huge shift. I will say I think I'm a bit too young to know where that will go, even myself, but I do think it'd be very interesting to see how it could help the industry and be obviously incredibly more sustainable than the way it's currently operating.
What are the future plans? I know we discussed with Professor Yu about the repository and so on. How would you scale this in future?
As of right now, the plan was to use a software called, I believe it's Claude 4D. It's based in Shanghai. It's used actually at that university. And it's a similar to, if we think of the States, like Adobe After Effects, Adobe Photoshop, something more that route. So it would be the idea of taking essentially from scratch this idea of Midjourney, this idea of Adobe 3D models, and essentially try to combine them into something of their own. Obviously, that would take quite a long time and a lot of work, but after some testing and again, a lot of work, that could be something that could be its own physical product, whether that's deployed as an app or maybe as an application on a website, maybe partner with a designer and you add it to their website like a try-on feature. That's probably the way it would go, I would say.
Thank you so much. It's really exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Afra, what are so your tool sets? You're trying to find in your use case, you're trying to find missing people in floods in Libya, right? That's the use case. What are the tool sets used in the use case?
Right, from the tools, the first one is the communication channel, where the people will report of the missed person, which is it can be any channel, but for now it's WhatsApp integrated with chatbot. Then after that, to understand the flow of the communication with the reporter, there will be the utilization of generative AI for communication with the reporter. Then after that, there will be data conversion. The data can be a text from the WhatsApp, and also it can be an image of a record paper where it's written the missed one, any information. So we will have a data conversion from the image or the WhatsApp text. Then after that, we will have k-mean clustering for location-based data, and another one is GeoPanda for geospatial data analysis. Then after the data manipulation in the location-based analysis for plotting spatial pattern, data analysis related to the location. Then now we can understand which part on the map, which part is more the lost person are there, in which part. So based on that, we can now give the response.
Where was this really used?
When there is natural disaster, but this is for this use case is for Libya when there is Darnar flood, but it can be adapted in another place when there is similar natural disasters. So it will facilitate the communication, so the crisis can be fastly came over from that situation.
Derna floods in Libya. Okay, thank you. Asrat, can I ask you, in case of yours, the creation of a knowledge graph, right? That's a very unique aspect which was brought out in your use case. It's not every day that we see it in the context of a payment system like Alipay. Can you explain what is this knowledge graph and what is its role?
Thank you. It's interesting that this customer reaching to SMEs is not easy because of the issues that I raised earlier, because of they don't have the budget and even sometimes the data set. So there is what we call cold start recommendation. So cold start means you don't have much information about the user and the items, so you cannot connect them. So they have used from the Alipay data, Alibaba group. So they have used some data corpus and try to create relationship about the users and the items. So that is the knowledge graph is used there.
What do you do with the mine the result from the knowledge graph?
Excuse me?
What do we do with the result from the knowledge mining?
Yeah, we try to recommend the best item for the user and vice versa. So sometimes the user, since you don't have much information about the item, we cannot recommend it or attach it with the user. So in other way, the corpus and the graph is used to create relationship between the item and the user, and for the user specific item he or she is looking for, but they don't know because of there is no much data about the item itself.
Thank you so much for it, Florence. Can I ask you, Florence, in your use case, there are different types of data. There is text, there is image, there is different types of data. For, I think your use case that you talked about is corruption prevention, and that's a government service. There's a lot of different types of data. What are the multimodal data which you use?
Okay, for this use case, the data we use is the text data, because you'll get tender documents, the documents that have been used for tender, evaluation reports, corruption cases, laws and regulations. So it's only text data. Yes.
Okay, and what type of models?
What
type of AI models?
Or we'll use the natural language processing, the large language model. Yes.
And you mentioned monitoring.
Yes.
Monitoring. What is monitor? What do we monitor?
Yes, we monitor the projects, because in this procurement and in this process of procurement, there are some people, they bid for a project, and then when they are given a project, we have to monitor it if it goes the way it's supposed to go. Because if there is corruption, you can find they are given maybe 200 million USD, but in that amount, it's only 50,000 USD is going to be used. Others, there'll be for bribes and so forth. So we have to monitor to make sure that all the money have been used and we get what we want from the beginning. Yes.
And can we say this is a anomaly detection problem, or?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Thank you. Makina, in TB detection, what is the type of data which is used?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the type of data is image. We are taking the microscopic images. I mean, those sample, and then we take pictures, and from the pictures we do segmentation, in general, can say we do image classification, analysis, whether we do segmentation, we classify. So it is image.
Where is this deployed?
Yes.
Where is this used? Where is this deployed?
Actually, till now, I'm trying to. It's still yet. Yes. Yeah.
And what are the types of models which are used?
The type of model is unit, the CNN, and that's the all component. It's doing good in image processing in case of tuberculosis diagnosis, but also the mask ARA CNN also is good. We can combine both of them. Thank you.
Is the data open?
Actually, we are trying to use private data, yes, but also we do use public data, yes. Yeah,
Very good.
thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Maybe we can come back to this hemisphere. So, Mr. Bo, can I ask you your use case about metro rails, right? That's a very difficult problem. I think you know, the intelligent customer service that you mentioned earlier is also can you describe the business model that is inherent in such use case?
Thank you. As for the metro intelligence customer service case, which apply AI technologies such as the natural language processing and large language model to improve the subway consulting service capabilities. And through integrates this AI technology and the subway service system can become more intelligently provide users with subway information such as fare inquiry, time inquiry, station facility inquiry, and improve users' experience. There are a large number of cities operating subway service, both in China and in many East Asia countries, such as in Beijing, where around 10 million people take the subway every day. So if this intelligence customer service system is applied in the future in these big cities, I think it can reduce the human resources and reduce the energy consumption, and also can reduce the operating costs. And this intelligence and green subway service can promote the sustainable development of our SDG goals. I think this is also their future work.
Do you see deployment of this business model?
Yeah, actually, not this kid is from Guangzhou, but now I can see such in Beijing they are trying to do something similarity. I think maybe in the future we can see this case applied in other cities in their metro system.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Jenkun, can I ask you, in your use case, it's a very unique case as well. It's not every day that we have banks talking, chatbots, LLMs, and such models. I haven't seen a question answer data set at all from banks. So how can you describe your data set?
Well, our data set is, well, first of all, it's the solution is a fusion of multiple AI technologies that includes large language model. We have trained our which is a foundation model from internet data and also some private data. And there's also a financial knowledge base which we collaborate with our customer clients, the Bank of Shanghai, and also the digital human generation platform that we developed. It's mostly based on image and image data. So on the training data set, it's the modality of data is quite diverse, and that involves text, image, and audio. Yeah.
How do you see in future? What is the future of this this work?
Well, it's you mentioned the chatbot. It's actually a chatbot based digital customer service or digital assistant with a human look like face interface to interact with their customer, so that their customer are more comfortable with the service that they provide. And actually, this solution is quite popular, or it's already scaling in many in the different industries in China. For example, in the entertainment, and also online streaming and e-commerce. So they do streaming. They sell their products with digital employee 7/24, so tirelessly and with accurate information provided to their customer, to our potential customers. Yeah.
How do you see the interaction with ITU and standards?
Well, there are well, we at the very surface level. Maybe we can help the ITU to develop a digital ambassador, right? So it's the digital face of ITU. That's one way to scale it too.
Sorry, thank you so much. Othniel, you mentioned about ML 5G initiative. Can you please briefly describe what is that?
I mentioned the BSG, that's bridging the standard initiative, as well as the ML 5G initiative. Now, this initiative seeks to bridge that standard, that knowledge gap between the developing nation and the developed nations. So basically, that's what these initiatives are all about.
You mentioned your data set.
Yeah.
Is this data set open? How long did you take to create it, and when did you create it?
Okay, so the data set is a text type of data, and we've been working on these data sets since December last year, and we've been using the standard materials, that's materials from ITU, and we're still preparing the data, so we're still going to get more materials, standard materials from all the bodies that have to do with standardization in telecommunications. So we're going to use those materials like PDFs, and then do a natural language processing to convert these PDFs into a raw data set. And the data set is available, it's public. There's the data set we've gathered so far is available on Hugging Face.
Can I ask you a tricky question? What were you doing on Christmas Eve?
I was creating these data sets, working on these
Thank you
data
so
sets,
much. Prithvi, in your data set, can you describe your type of data set?
Yeah, sure. Before answering the question, like I would like to thank the ITU team, my use case authors, for providing me the opportunity to work on this use case. So like coming to the question, the data type we are using is an open data from various sources from like Telangana and the AGA market. That's the text data we are using.
Prithvi, you also mentioned ML 5G initiative.
Yes.
Can you describe what your role was there in that initiative?
So coming to the ML 5G initiatives, my role was in the like a telecommunications part. From over the past 2 years, we are working on the telecom, like deploying the Open RAN. So these open source platforms.
And like, how long did you take to analyze this use case?
1 month. To analyze the use case, I have taken like 2 to 3 days. It was a good use case. So upon 2 to 3 days from the past month, I am working on that.
What is the future steps for this use case?
The future works are like to analyze the images from the ISRO and from the IASRI, Indian Agricultural Statistics Research Institute. So developing the good ML algorithms for the interaction with the AI chatbot.
And you mentioned also, you mentioned ITU focus groups. I think you both mentioned ITU focus groups. Can you tell us what is that and what did you do?
So coming to the ITU focus group autonomous networks, so we are working in the in telecom, metaverse, these all. So in the future for this use case also, we are contributing to the ITU FGN.
Thank you so much. So that is the second pass. So we we have finished the second pass of this crowd of use cases and scholars. You can see again that the amount of work which they have done is quite interesting, first of all. And then also you can see that uh, they have gone into each use case with analysis of the type of use case, the type of data, the models, and the requirements and the sequence diagrams. So you can see in the report, which will be published today afternoon at 2 o'clock, you can see these exact details that these guys just now explained to you. So you can see the questions that I was asking them is actually answered in the report as well. So it's there, the use case, the type of data, and the requirements of the use case, as well as the sequence diagram, which shows the flow of the workflow of the use case, is also captured for each of the 40 use cases which we talked about here a bit. Not all, we did not talk all 40, but we took a small snapshot which these scholars have worked upon. Now, I'm going to do a third pass of this set of scholars that we have here, but I want to ask if you guys have any particular questions to ask. I feel very protective of this bunch of scholars, so I may answer something, and definitely I'm going to attack them with their questions as well. Please.
But I'm the least qualified person here, so I prefer others to ask the question for. Okay. It's not a specific question, and it's such a general question that I expect no answer, but still I like to air it. I'm a journalist, and I have been visiting now this forum from the third floor to and eventually I stayed here, not without reason. There is here something genuine and something, let's say, material in a way, which sound to me much more interesting than anything else I have seen and heard. But I have a problem, and that's where I think we have no time to discuss. AI for good scholar. I always feel a bit uneasy with this for good, because we all know when mom says it's for you good, we just think the opposite. And when Putin says it's for the good of Ukraine and Zelensky's, etc. So everything associated with good is either obvious. For instance, for me, if there were subtitles, since you see I have bad hearing, and it exists, AI has supplied, I think it's virtually for free, but it's very rarely activated. I don't know why. For me, it's obvious it's for good. And an autofocus camera, in those days, nobody thought it was artificial intelligence. It works so well that we don't even realize that it's artificial intelligence, because formerly it was a high level job to do that. So with AI, either you are in the obvious or you are in the metaphysical about this good. So I feel that don't be misled. I mean, it can be very misleading to introduce religious rhetorics or moral rhetorics into this thing. So go on doing what you do. And I think most of what you do is very good, but it would be as good in an ordinary industrial or trade show. And I am not sure that this for good brings good. To me, it brings a lot of evil.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that's the way I would answer that question or comment is that if I look at each of these scholars' work in the last 2 months or 3 months, I think they have benefited. They have benefited from the analysis of the use cases. That's number one good for me. If I look at it, that's number one good. Secondly, from their analysis, we are able to see the use case from a different perspective. That is natural because they are having. I'm a technician. When I look at the use case, I see maybe some code, I see some models, I see some analysis. That is different from what they see. It's a different thing that they see. They see deployment, they see benefits. You heard about banking, autonomous driving, agriculture, finding missing people. Whether these are good in that sense, I don't know, and I'm not sure.
If I use a lamp to look for a missing person, I will not call it a lamp for good.
Sure. Yeah. So yeah, I think there are some tangible benefits that we are seeing. That's what we are focusing on. I think you're right. We should go on doing what we are doing more, and that's something which is very important.
If there is a need, the solution is always for good.
Yeah.
For the one.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, hello.
A real quick one to Shinshu. What is the company that you work for? Because I'm from Brazil and I heard your case and I'm really interested in knowing the company that you work on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for your interest and for your question. And actually, I'm not the author of this case, and this case is from, let me check. Yeah, Osmar, and but the organization, I'm not sure if I can pronounce it very correctly, is Grammatical. I can. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that.
Grau e meio.
Oh, thank you for teaching me. Oh. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Vishnu. So first, I would like to congratulate all the AI scholars. I think it's really great what you have presented here. So my question is not for the scholars, it's for you. What is your experience? Because I think it's really a tough job, reading, I don't know how many use cases and then assigning to these great scholars for them without knowing anything about that. And in less than 3 months or 2 months, you are able to have them really understand what are these use cases. So for me, I'm very interested on your experience.
Yeah, thank you for asking that question, Lily. But I think I am sleep starved. I am almost sleeping right now. I can. So see. Here is the thing. It's not that difficult. I think we overestimate the difficulty. It's not that difficult. I come from a research background and I come from a coding background. I implement things, I build things. This is my background. So now if I look at them with that perspective, it's very easy. I mean, you tell them how to build these things and they build it. So for me, it's very intuitive thing to do. And if the thing is, one should not look for perfect output to come. Like if I expect that my sequence diagram should be in this particular format, the arrows are going to be slightly more thick. That's fine with me. What is more important is that we look for consistent output which can be analyzed and which we can publish, and that is what we have today. It's not that difficult. If we look at getting them together to build something, it will work. If we look at uh, if I go and try to teach them something, that's not going to work. If we look at inherent skill sets which they have, use that to build it, then it will work. It's not that difficult at all. Actually, that brings us to the third pass. Let me go with the third pass. And this pass, I want to make it very personal. Can I ask innocent. How was your experience? In fact, let me turn around Lilibet's question and ask you, what did you find difficult? What did you find easy? What would you do different?
All right, thank you, Vishan, for a good question. Actually, it was challenged because it requires us to analyze many user cases in short, but also to off because it allows me to get in touch for everything, make more research, kind of like that. It was just upgrading my kind of or skills regarding on the research as well as the implementation because it requires us to implement kind of sequence diagram, which requires us to make more understandable about the user case. Most of the user case, my first time hearing them, but of course it requires me to go look into how it's implemented to make sure I can design a better and understandable a sequential diagram. Actually, it was challenging, but off because it helps me to increase my skills regarding on implementation as well as more research, kind of like that.
Can you connect to any of the use cases from your background? What is your favorite use case? Imagine Lilibet is not there, all right?
Okay.
So what is your favorite use case which you can connect to?
I can go with also a supported simulation, a green growth simulation tool, because it's all about climate action. You know, I love the word climate action is a bit of things more than countries adapting either adaptation or mitigation. Climate change is a big problem we have in the world, so I'm interested on that. Even if I was worked with that, and also I'm interested on that because climate change it's a bit needed. We need in the world, so and we need people to know what about the climate change, the benefit of it, and how it can be aligned with the SDG core benefit, kind of like that.
Thank you very much, Innocent.
Yeah, welcome.
Talia, can I ask you the similar questions? What is your impressions? What is your favorite use case? And I mean, you need not take fashion, but what is your favorite use case and why?
Should I start with that one? Favorite use case? Okay. It is fashion. I'm sorry. I will say I had two use cases. I had fashion, which is one I talked about today, and then I also had one for a AI mobile hospital based in China for the lack of physicians there. And I come from a healthcare family. My mother's here today. Everybody in my family works in a hospital. So that was someone I probably understood much faster. But I think that's exactly why I like the fashion one more, because I didn't understand and because it really pushed me to learn a lot in a very short amount of time. But then obviously that learning experience is hugely impactful on me. So yeah.
And what is your impression? What did you learn? How was it working with Professor Yu? And what exactly, what would you, let's say if there is another Talia coming next year, what would you tell her?
Oh, prepare for the time zone difference, I think. I think both to travel here and also just to communicate in Shanghai, it was tough, but reaching out right away. I remember after our first meeting, I immediately contacted her and I said, hey, there's a time zone difference, but these are the times I'm free. I think these are the times based on the time zone difference you are free. Let's have a chat. And I will say as well, communication aside, I think the sequence diagram was a big step for me. Everything I've done so far with AI and research has been coursework, has been somebody kind of holding my hand so far, whether that's a professor or Harvard lectures, whatever it may be. This was very much learn it on your own. You have somebody to kind of check in with, but we expect you to figure it out. And I love that. I love the sink or swim dynamic. It really helps you learn a lot. So I think I'd prepare myself for that if I came next year.
Where would you go with it? What is your future plans for this particular use case?
I definitely think I do business and computer science, so I naturally thought from the business standpoint, and I do think scaling it could be amazing. I think whether or not it's deployed as an app or it's deployed as a 3D model on a website, you kind of see that now with like sunglasses and shoes, you can kind of try things on, but it could be bigger. I do think when you combine that with sustainable and authentic practices, it could be either a business, a software, a small feature, but it could start and then possibly make a new industry of digital design, period. And I think that could be amazing. Yeah.
Amazing indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Afra, what is your impression? What did you learn? What you could not learn? And what would what is your favorite use case and why?
Okay, thank you. I analyzed 3 use cases. In my favorite was Jungian large model for medical aspect, like it's for assisting users just to ask what they are feeling, then they will get a response since it's a large model. Um, in the reason why it's my favorite is like sometimes we may feel some small pain or some small assistance or need any advice from the doctor, but we don't need to go directly there and have that long process just for small recommendation. So if this is implemented, it will be a great. That's why it's my favorite. What was the next question?
What did you say something specifically that you learned?
Specifically, it was huge. Um, no, it was too huge for me, and I just get a large amount of knowledge. I do different researches to catch up with other AI scholars. So it was a big exposure for me, and I love that.
You're in which semester or which year? I think you are in final year engineering.
Fourth year,
Fourth year.
I still have 1 year.
How different is this work from your coursework? Sorry, Asrat.
Um, it's not that much different, but like we're still going to learn more deeply about this. So it will prepare me for the next year. I already have some of the exposure here now as experience.
Thank you so much. Asrat, can I ask you slightly different question? Because I know you are handling and you're leading a group of researchers and students. What is your impression of the use cases? Are they useful for such universities such as yours and research groups such as yours? What should ITU do to make it useful more, if at all, if at all? Can I have your views on this?
Thank you, Dr. Jones. That is very interesting. I have students from bachelor like Afra and masters in PhD. So one of the challenge I'm facing and my students are facing is finding a problem to realistic problem or a problem that can be practically implemented and have some kind of prototype solving real world problem. Plus, especially the masters in PhD need to have some research component, otherwise they will not graduate. They have to contribute back to the science. That's what research is all about, not only solving a problem, but you need to contribute to the science. You have to push forward. So in that sense, these use cases are very interesting. I can say, I have 20 plus years of experience, but I have learned a lot from these use cases, the variety and how, the AI and the 6G next generation networks can be, realized in any thoughtful ways and solve problems. So in that sense, they are very useful. But the challenges are, for example, Afra is 4th-year computer engineering students in my department. So we pressure them, a lot in terms of, especially in 4th year and 5th year, they have to take coursework and some projects in each courses. Plus, they will have, senior project next year. Then some good instruments, only 1% from the department. We gave them another chance to, in parallel for their masters. So we call it FTP, fast track program. So after 4th year, 5th year, they are attending master courses in parallel. So, bringing these students, I know they can do it, but they are very overwhelmed, by all those things. So many students, gain them. But some like her are very, good in not only doing what you told them, but some go beyond that. So that is very interesting. And, I have so many students that are, accepting this, shouldering all these, pressures from us and they are throughout the world. I have students in China, in Canada, in India. Okay, so recently in Italy. So the lesson is I have to push my students beyond the limit. So that is the lesson. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Florence, can I ask you a slightly different question? In your case, it is clear that we engaged with the local stakeholders, whether it be TCRA, regulator in Tanzania, or PCCB, which is a government body there. We engaged. What is your opinion about engagement with such stakeholders, local stakeholders from universities, especially with AI and such technologies? Can you please explain your experience of engagement?
Sorry, I didn't get what.
About how we will, how you engaged with local stakeholders, TCRA, PCCB, and such bodies. How did you talk to them? Was it easy? Was it good? Was it useful at all?
Okay, thank you. For our case, this one is very good because now the government is collaborating with the university so that to do more research. And AI is a new area, so we need it more. And we are even having like some regulations on how it can be used. So to work with them, it was not, it was easy because they're also in the same line with that. And us as university, we are the one to do the research. So they take it very good. And they even asking like, why only two? You have come. I was like, okay, next time maybe we'll find more use cases to apply so that we can be more. So it was taken very positive, and it is helping a lot. Even my students, I can see in our group, they're enjoying. So all of them, they wanted to come, but yeah, so it's a very positive thing to the government, to the all stakeholders in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kina, can I ask you about the students group? Can you tell us about what is that students in your group are thinking about this use case? Was it useful, this engagement? What should we do next?
Okay, thank you. In fact, the students, they're very interested in these user cases. And that's why you saw most of them, they applied for the AI user case, but also for the scholars. So they are very interesting and very dedicated on different user cases. So in fact, the one who I'm trying to just to push them in a way that they can actually use the opportunity that actually coming before them. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Can I ask you, Shan, what is your impression about international communication and coordination from, especially from China and other countries? I know you are one of the leaders in the focus group. So from there as well, can I ask you, with these use cases analysis that we did, what is your experience in collaboration?
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. And I think it can be related to that lady have asked the question to Vishnu. So I think we combine these use cases. It's only the starting point. For example, I think ITU is also actually, I could not speak for ITU, but I think the international organization, they have their responsibility on capacity building, because AI is such an emerging technologies. Not every people in every, for example, positions or regions, they really know the great potential of this technology. For these cases, the 40 cases, we show some of the potential that AI could make, but due to the template, we could not show all of them. For example, they have the videos, they're testing the demos, we could not share that. And I'm also very sorry that I do not pronounce this company's name correctly, but I would recommend that everyone, that actually this use case has been released on ITU website, and then you can access every cases that our scholars has worked on. And so I think that is kind of the international collaboration for the first point, that we see the cases and the audience from every countries get to know on the ITU website. And the second phase is that we know from these cases, and if you have actually this gentleman said you have the demand, you would like to do it for good, probably you will look for more details and connect, because we already have the emails of each cases on the report, and you can connect to them, talk to them to see how these solutions can be adapted to your problem or your demand. And then this is the second phase, the solutions or the localizations ones. And I think the third phase is that you have that seed be planted in your country, your environment, and then you have the influence in your local community, and then people get to know how AI can be done for good, and that is the loop of the capacity buildings. That is my my thinking. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, that's a very comprehensive answer. Thank you very much, Sean. Mr. Bo, can I ask you, you're from university, right?
Sorry.
You're from Zhejiang University? From your use case analysis,
Yeah.
metro rail use case, right? What is your experience in analyzing the use case?
Actually, just like I introduced at the beginning, my background is about the law, especially in digital law. So when I working with the author to analyze and we improve this case, actually I have learned a lot of the background knowledge about AI, especially like you just mentioned. Each case they have a lot of data, such as in this case we have both data from the public data and the private data. So as I learned from this case that even though we talk about the application of AI technology, but there are a lot of very complex data background knowledge we have to learn. Just like you just mentioned that AI for good is not only for the case we discussed, but also there are a lot of legal issues, such as when we use AI, we have to processing the personal information, we have to process the data, and under this personal information and data, we have to protect the users' personal information, users' the privacy, and also we have to make sure the security of the public data. So I think there is a lot of knowledge and a lot of things we have to consider it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I ask you, what is your experience in interacting and coming to ITU with this kind of use cases? Is this the first time that you're coming to ITU?
Yeah.
Great. So coming first time to ITU for with such use cases, what is your opinion? What is your impression? And what, according to you, what we should do to make this happen more?
Well, I think the first thing I think for this program, the ITU has already done a great job in spreading the words, because from my personal experience, because I often review all the cases, the projects before they are released to the market. But with the case studies that I've seen so much positive things that AI can do. Although, every time when we review every case, we often ask that, what good will they do to individual, the society, or the environment. But with this program, I've seen the results. So it's quite ensuring or encouraging for me. And the next step, I think, for ITU you can do is to to help us to scale the solutions, and also and you can also do to make the more digital infrastructure available, accessible to more region, more people. Because with the development of technology or AI, I think the digital divide on the skill side will be less important, because everybody who can speak any kind of language who can speak, or who can use sign language, can access to digital service. You don't have to type or do go through a very sophisticated interface to communicate with the computer or interact with the computer. It can interact with the computer solely based on natural language. And so that's the future. And so I think the bigger or the more important divide ITU can help the global society to bridge is at the infrastructure level, to make sure that everyone can access to internet, to AI. I think that's more important thing for ITU to tackle. Yes.
Very insightful, very insightful. Thank you so much. Othniel, can I ask you to name 5 people who worked on along with your team?
You mean the scholars?
Yeah, scholars, your buddies, friends, in your team members, Nest.
Okay. During the
Without Professor James.
Okay, so during the scholar program, I worked with Professor James Lagajo, and Lin Jinping from China. That's the power grid use case. So worked with Miss Shizu. Also worked with Dr. Vishnu is there, and Innocent as well, and so many of them, so many people that I worked with.
What would you tell to your friends back in Nigeria?
I will say these opportunity that I got to work with the AI for Good team it's a good one, and I will encourage them to keep pushing in whatever they are doing that is going to develop their skills, as well as develop them in all aspects of studies, as well as technology, because this program has really helped me. That's really shaped my thinking, and also the way I approach things in terms of time management. I learned a lot in terms of time management. Having Miss Shizu give us deadlines to meet up with has really pushed me to manage my time very well, and working with the use case authors as well, especially Lin Jinping from China. Having as an upcomer, having to work on a particular like the sequence diagram, and then I sent to him for review. And yes, there are changes, but then validating some of the things I do is really a good one for me. It shows that yes, I am learning, and I'm also I'm growing as well. So these are some of the messages I will take back to them to encourage them to also do more in terms of preparation for opportunities like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Othniel. Prithvi, the last one, can I ask you, suppose you were to get 5 more Indian students here next year, what would you tell them to prepare?
I just tell them like prepare for the, like, what are you working on the use case? Like how that impacts to the society. So how you are representing the AI over there. So the technology, what you are using. So how can you implement with the SDGs? How can you address the SDGs with the use case?
Was it where you, Otnil mentioned about time management. How did you manage your time?
So, like normal Google meetings and with Google Calendar notifications, and I just set an alarm with the Google Assistant. It's also an AI. Just I say set an alarm for this time, and also I'm thankful to the Shizu ma'am for providing the Google invitations, Google invitations regularly.
Rosie, you're famous, Rosie. Can I can I ask you, the I know you worked with Thailand use case. How Otnil told about working with foreign collaborators. What was your experience?
So my experience working with the foreign collaborators, actually, I've analyzed their language. The
Was
first
it
part.
first time? Was it first time that
No.
you were working with foreign collaborators?
Yes, yes. It's my first time working with the foreign collaborator. Usually I work with normal my home country, India. So what I can say, it was like the outstanding experience I faced by this ITU by working with foreign collaborations. In there, I have learned like their native languages, how they are addressing, like what are the what are the technologies they are working on. These all.
Thank you so much. So I think we are out of time. I would like to thank you all for coming. And one more thing, these guys are here because of a call for scholars and use cases which we gave out in January or February. So yeah, we got responses for those scholars, and it was a very tough time selecting those scholars. It I personally am very disappointed that there aren't many more chairs here. Unfortunate. I really would like to get more next time. Yapong is here. So yeah, we would like to really get more scholars next time. It was a very unique experience working with them. I would not I would not exchange it for any amount of sleep, any amount of food. You offer me anything, I will go with these guys. So it was a very tough time selecting these scholars, first of all, and to go through the applications of these scholars and select the unique bunch that you are having today. There are two scholars who are not here today, unfortunately. One is Shadia, who is from Malaysia, and she's did not get her visa on time, and very unfortunate. And another is Aloni, who is in Zimbabwe. She could not get a passport on time. So you see the amount of challenges that we have to get them here. There is a bunch of support staff which we have who are not here, but they have really worked really hard to get these colleagues here, including the people who booked their tickets and talked with them multiple amount of times to get them here, getting invite letters. You saw how many times Shozu was mentioned here today by the scholars. So you see it is enormous amount of time and effort. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure and honor working with you all. I hope to see you again next year. And many more, maybe many more next year as well. The session is closed. Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody had a good lunch. How are you doing? All good? Okay. So very happy to be the MC, the host of this significant session. My name is Jingbo Huang. I'm the director of United Nations University Research Institute in Macau. So our institute is also working on digital technologies and SDGs, research and teaching learning. So that's why we're here. We have been working with ITU for a long time. I'm really happy to see some of the familiar faces among the audiences because last month we had our UNU AI conference and some of you were participants. So happy to see you. All right, so before we start, I would like to check with you that this is the session on Innovate for Impact, the interim report 2024 on the winning AI use cases. You're sure you're in the right place, right? Okay, so I'm just checking it before you board on the plane. Okay, so the first and the most important part, well, a lot of important parts. So the first part is the opening remarks. So first, the opening remarks would be given by His Excellency Mr. Shan Zhongde, Vice Minister, Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of China. So let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Shan.
尊敬的托马斯副秘书长，简前中国联通的简前总经理啊，女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好。举办创新扩大影响人工智能向善案例专题研讨会，是中国工业和信息化部与国际电联围绕人工智能向善全球峰会开展合作的一项重要举措，目的就是推动各方围绕人工智能技术健康发展进行深入交流，分享实践案例，共同造福世界。我将代表中国工业和信息化部，对国际电联为举办此次会议做出的努力表示诚挚的感谢，也对各位代表的到来表示热烈的欢迎。大家都知道，当前以大模型为代表的新一代人工智能正在全球范围内蓬勃兴起，成为新一轮科技革命和产业变革的重要的驱动力量，同时也对经济社会发展、国家治理、国际格局等产生重大深远的影响。国际电联连续7年主办人工智能向善全球峰会，为各国加强人工智能交流和对话发挥了重要作用，已成为全球人工智能合作的重要平台之一。中国政府高度重视人工智能技术的规范应用和健康发展，不断推动人工智能和实体经济的深度融合，积极参与全球人工智能治理的有关工作。一是坚持鼓励创新，支持人工智能产业健康发展。目前，中国大模型创新活跃，涌现了如文心一言、通义千问、质朴轻言等上百个大模型，累计用户也超过了2亿人，产业规模持续增长。二是坚持应用牵引，鼓励人工智能赋能千行百业，积极推动人工智能加行动，加速人工智能在制造、交通领域的应用落地，推动人工智能赋能新型工业化，更好的赋能制造业的高端化、智能化、绿色化发展，涌现出智能工厂、智能网联汽车等优秀案例。三是坚持治理同步，保障人工智能安全有序，坚持发展和安全并重，围绕人工智能科技伦理治理、隐私保护、数据治理等制定政策法规。我们也提出了全球人工智能治理倡议，倡导以人为本，智能向善，围绕人工智能发展、安全、治理等提出了切实可行的中国方案。四是坚持开放合作，构筑人工智能良好发展生态。中国对各国开展人工智能合作持积极开放的态度，我们一直坚持就是开放合作、开放创新、开放共赢，建立对话机制，
分享中国实践、中国经验。今年3月，中国的工业和信息化部与国际电联共同启动人工智能向善案例征集活动，得到了各个国家的积极响应，形成了很好的案例集。我们相信这些成果将为全球人工智能的发展带来非常好的示范和带动作用。女士们、先生们、朋友们，面对人工智能发展带来的机遇和挑战，中国愿继续加强与国际电联各成员国的合作，共同构建更加公平合理、开放包容、安全稳定、富有生机活力的人工智能发展生态，特别是加大人工智能相关的技术创新合作，人工智能更好的赋能人类的幸福生活，更好的赋能我们的工业的发展，创造更多的物质财富啊，满足我们对美好生活的向往，共同推动全球人工智能健康有序、安全发展，更好的赋能全球可持续发展，赋能共建人类命运共同体。最后，再次欢迎各位代表莅临本次会议，也衷心的祝愿本次会议圆满成功。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Mr. Shan. Now, the next opening remarks will come from Mr. Thomas Lamanoskas, Deputy Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union. Over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's really great to see the room so full. I know our moderator couldn't believe that it can be so full, I know in the beginning, but it's really great to see it so full and see this great interest for real applications of AI. So Your Excellency, Mr. Shan Zhongde, Vice Minister of Industry and Information Technology of People's Republic of China, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to extend your heart welcome to AI for Good and this For Good Innovate for Impact workshop. The artificial intelligence industry is reshaping economies and societies worldwide, from healthcare to finance, retail to manufacturing, to enhancing transportation safety and strengthening environmental conservation. AI's influence is growing day by day. Yet, amid the progress, we cannot ignore the widening digital gap. In response, ITU, through AI for Good and other platforms, is promoting global knowledge exchange on AI applications. The AI for Good Global Summit is a flagship United Nations initiative driving action to leverage AI for critical development priorities. Today's workshop brings us together to identify gaps, seize opportunities, and catalyze action. Together, we can elevate AI for good, ensuring equity, accessibility, and inclusivity as we strive to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our AI for Good team launched Innovate for Impact in February this year with the support of People's Republic of China, for which we are very grateful. This project has received overwhelming support from ITU members. It has already received 219 use case submissions from 38 countries and 118 scholar applications from 35 countries, spanning Asia, Africa, Europe, Latin America, and North America. The breadth of participation underscores the collective global commitment to harness the power of AI for the benefit of all. The diverse array of submissions testifies to the multi-stakeholder engagement within our AI for Good initiative, and it reflects burgeoning AI development across numerous industries. Today, we proudly unveil the top 40 use cases spanning 19 industries, including healthcare, fashion, agriculture, and administration, along with transportation, energy, and advanced communications, including 6G. We're privileged to have 17 use case authors here with us today to present their innovative AI applications, exemplifying how AI can address critical challenges outlined in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Each use case captures a unique problem, as well as data, AI methodologies, validations, pilot schemes, and real-world deployments. Today, we also celebrate the selection of 13 AI for Good scholars, either university students or young professors with a passion for AI research. With their collective enthusiasm and hard work, they are poised to bridge digital gaps and shape future research on AI for SDGs. Today, we're also proud to release an initial report on this unique project, which combines the insights of scholars, experts, and use case authors on how AI can solve real-world problems. We're eagerly awaiting further collaboration and insights, along with innovative solutions from around the world to tackle SDG challenges using AI. So, Your Excellency, Mr. Shan, we extend our deepest appreciation to the Chinese government for its unwavering support to this important project and looking forward to the results of the important workshop today. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a very significant moment. In order to recognize this moment, let me please invite both of the distinguished guests coming over here, and we'll have a ceremony, ribbon cutting ceremony to mark this particular moment. All right. So I will count down 3, 2, 1. 我数3、2、1，然后您就剪。Okay. So we need more photo time. Yeah. All right. So ready? 3, 2, 1. The Innovate for Impact AI application interim case collection is officially released. All right. Thank you. Yeah, so the next part is going to be photo sessions. We'll have 4 photos that will be taken. So please remain on stage. The first photos will be with the scholars. May I please invite the scholars come onto the stage to take a photo? Is Mr. Natalia Elizabeth Kuzmirek, Ms. Alon Samurai, Ms. Florence Apando Rashidi, Mr. Emmanuel Kifalu Mpina, Mr. Hu Zhengkun, Ms. Afra Hossain, Mr. Asrat Mulato Bayan, Mr. Prabhi Krishna Pavuluri, Mr. Emmanuel Othniel Egad, Ms. Shadia Y.M. Baron, Mr. Innocent Ziman Yera, Ms. Xu Shan, Mr. He Bo. Congratulations, scholars. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. All right, congratulations again. The second photo will be, we will celebrate the case providers. I'll read the company's names, and please come onto the stage. The first one is Tata Elxsi, Greeley Auto, Telecommunications and the Digital Government Regulatory Authority, UAE, represented by Mr. Mohammed Al-Khamis. Please come onto the stage. China Unicom, Istanbul Technical University, and last but not least, China Telecom. Please get on the stage and for the photo taken. Do we have all the guests? No one left behind. Anybody should be in this group? Okay. All right. Okay, let's take another round of photos. We have to document this moment. Congratulations. All right, so the third group, we will have Hangzhou Rudy Biotech, Global Green Growth Institute, Hungary, Infovision, Huawei, University Putra, Malaysia, SenseTime, Federal University of Technology, Nigeria, represented by Mr. James Agajo. please get on the stage and for the photo. Let's get closer so that you all fit into the photo. All right, let's give them a big round of applause. So, all right, please stay on stage. There's one more group. So this is just photo number 3. There's one more. Okay, the last but not the least photo. Chang'an Automobile, Lenovo Brazil, China Mobile, Alibaba Damo Academy, Global System for Mobile Communications Association, Beijing Institute of Fashion Technology, China Southern Power Grids. All the winners, please get on stage. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's congratulate them again. Winners, you're on the top 20. All right, now we will proceed to the certificate issuance part of the ceremony. I would like to invite Mr. Xie Shaofeng, Director General of the Science and Technology Department of Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and Mr. Reinhard Scholl, Program Chair of the AI for Good Global Summit, to present the certificates. So I will also read the names, the companies, and please get on the stage and by group. So the first group starts with Tata Elxsi, Greeley Auto, Telecommunications and Digital Government Regulatory Authority, UAE, China Unicom, Istanbul Technical University, China Telecom. We're looking for Chang'an Automobile. Do we have a representative? Don't be shy. All right, let's get closer so that all will fit into the frame. Everybody in the photo. 1 second. Something needs to be moved, the background. Yeah. It's important to have the background. All right, thank you very much. The first group of winners, congratulations. So the second group of winners, I will read the companies. The first one is Hangzhou Ruidi Biotech, Global Green Growth Institute Hungary, Infravision, Huawei, University Putra Malaysia, SenseTime, Federal University of Technology Nigeria, represented by Mr. James Agajo. Please come on to the stage to receive your well-deserved certificates. All right. Congratulations. So the next one would be Chang'an Automobile, Lenovo Brazil, China Mobile, Alibaba Damo Academy, Beijing Institute of Fashion Technology, China Southern Power Grid. Please come on the front to receive your certificates. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Congratulations again, dear winners. And thank you again to Mr. Xie and Mr. Shaw for the invaluable support. All right, so this completes the short and sweet ceremony of this workshop. So we look forward to more collaborations and discussions in the future. And we hope that you will enjoy the rest of the AI for Good conference. Now I will give the floor to Wu Jie. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we go to now the next part of the session, which is the presentation of the use cases. So our first speaker will be Mr. Mohammed Al-Khamis, Telecommunications and Digital Government Regulatory Authority from the United Arab Emirates. I'd like to invite him to the stage, and he's going to present his project, You Ask. So we'll ask each panelist to stay within the 10 minutes. So you'll have like 7 minutes for presentation, and then we'll keep 3 minutes for questions. Over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is a joy to be here in the here in Geneva, rainy Geneva, presenting the United Arab Emirates use case implementation when it comes to generative AI. What I'll be presenting for you is the You Ask chatbot use case that is live as we speak. Before I start my very brief presentation, the clicker doesn't work. I think it's the battery. Okay. Is it? It's when technology, a few hiccups here and there, but we should be getting going very shortly. I hope you don't deduct that from my 7 minutes. Apologies for that technical glitch. I think you'll have to restart.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you? Okay, perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Okay, so just to start the perhaps a very brief presentation, I would like to start with the very important quote that we always relate to with this computer scientist, Fifi Lee, which talks about utilizing of the AI It's not about, man versus machine, but rather machine working together for a better world. And this is what, within the United Emirates, we've utilized the AI and generative AI to improve government services. As part of our digital transformation journey, and I'm sure these challenges are very universal when it comes to transformation. Users and customers, whether residents or citizens, always face challenges when it comes to information and response times with regards to services. So there's a lot of insignificant inefficiencies. Data, if it's not properly categorized and modeled, can also be confusing to customers. And of course, with the vast number of visitors coming to the UAE and various cultures, ensuring exclusivity becomes really, really important. Within the UAE, we understood that generative AI can really support in that, perhaps makes things better and easier and simpler and faster. So we really wanted to use generative AI to streamline our processes, deliver services that are based on what the customer wants, basically. And this is where we've utilized generative AI for that particular case. So what does you ask? And perhaps what we've done is we have utilized generative AI as part of the U.AE government portal. I would like to call it the smart agent that provides information, services, according to what the customer wants. So U for user sensitivity, and ask is for openness and accessibility. 5 key principles we've used when we have implemented the you ask. I for innovate, so wanted to make sure that we use AI and generative AI in specific to ensure that the services are tailored according to what the customer wants. Integrate is basically utilizing generative AI to improve operational efficiencies and ensure that we get insights in specific to what the user want, and further optimize based on insights. Impact, we want to really measure how good is generative AI and how we can actually ensure that the responses are in a timely manner and based on what the customer wants. We wanted to continuously improve whatever we implement, and we wanted to also inspire the next generation of services which are proactive, which are preemptive, without the customer actually requesting it. And this is where the government of the United Arab Emirates have launched the Zero Bureaucracy initiative when it comes to services. So what does you ask, or what are the key capabilities of you ask today? And perhaps as I conclude my slides, I'll show you a demo of what exactly is you ask all about. It basically provides users, being residents, citizens, as well as visitors, information to the United Arab Emirates on whether they're traveling to the UAE as a visitor, or whether they're resident or citizen, what are the services that are available, what are the laws that are there, and making it much, much easier for individuals and businesses to understand how things work within the ecosystem of the digital government. Inquiries are very common. Whenever we come to government laws or procedures, there's always a confusion. Customers always want to make sure to get the right information. Businesses want to always abide with the rules, but sometimes get confused because sometimes laws are complex. We wanted to ensure that you ask also provides the users with the ability to talk to the chatbot if they're driving, so more accessible. We wanted to make sure it's multilingual. Today, you ask supports more than 57 languages. So whether you're from the UAE or whether you're visiting, you always can talk in your language, and you ask will be able to respond back. Location base is very important. Whether you want to commute from area to area based on the inquiry and the service, it's able to provide you with the necessary directions and also is contextual, leveraging the generative AI capabilities. Some impact, we've launched this in June 2023. We have more than 300,000 inquiries capitalizing on the chatbot capabilities, around 99.7% customer satisfaction. That's quite pleasing. Adoption, non-similar to the conventional chat box, we've seen a high number of adoption with the You Ask generative AI powered chatbot. We've also measured the response time in terms of users obtaining the answers to their inquiries. So we've seen an increase in accuracy, increase in response time as well by around 10%. And some of the achievements we've been, You Ask has been recognized by the Gartner Eye of Innovation in 2023. And various organizations across the world have also capitalized on You Ask use cases in terms of how it revolutionized how the public sector services are being designed and delivered within the United Arab Emirates. ESQA, as well as different organizations have also covered You Asks in specific. So let's move to the fun part. What is really You Ask? And I'd like to show you something which is live. This is just a quick demo, and perhaps at the end of the presentation, there'll be a QR for you to scan and really try it out. An example of where a user basically asks, how do you obtain a driving license? And You Ask responds, capitalizing on the generative capabilities, and basically provides the law, the directions, the procedures in a click of a button. So makes it really, really accessible. So this is available now as we speak. I'll show you something which is coming very, very soon. And this is where the chatbot can know who I am. So we're utilizing the digital identity to understand that my name is Mohammed. I am verified. And I simply are in conversation with the chatbot that I want to book a medical appointment. It's able to really navigate and show me the various doctors available. I'm able to select the time, and basically it does the registration for me. So this is something which is coming soon in the next couple of months. And once the conversation or the booking is done, I receive a link to that particular hospital or clinic that I would like to visit. So this is something that we're exploring in the next phase, coming very, very soon with the generative AI and You Ask. With this, I end my presentation. This is a QR code for those that want to really try You Ask and perhaps enjoy information about the UAE, whether you're visiting soon or whether you're in transit. You can always rely on You Ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Mr. Mohammed Al-Khamis. Maybe we have time to take a few questions. Anyone has a question? Okay, so we don't have any questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Khamis. So we'll now move to the next presentation. I'd like to invite Mr. Bing Lidong, Director from the Damo Academy Language Technology Lab from Alibaba, for his presentation. And he's going to present his project on democratizing large language models for Southeast Asian languages to help achieve inclusive development for underrepresented communities in the digital world. Okay, you have the floor, Mr. Lidong.
Hello, everybody. I'm from Alibaba Damo. Hello. Yeah, I'm Lidong from Alibaba Damo. It's my great honor to be here to present our work on large language models. So in the past year or so, we experienced a tsunami of LLMs. I guess most of us using ChatGPT or other LLMs in our daily jobs. So basically, these large language models can support well for the major languages like English and Chinese. But from this picture, you can see a lot of, so the number one users number come from the United States and the number two come from India. There are also a lot of other users in the other countries. It sum up to 68%. So we want to know how well these other languages are supported by these LLMs. By linguistic studies, we have more than 6,500 human languages in the world. But unfortunately, not all languages are created equal. For example, in Southeast Asia, only in one country, in Indonesia, there are about 300 dialects. And those global models cannot support these minor languages very well. The problems lie in three categories. For example, some of the languages are using non-Latin characters. And like the language in Southeast Asia, we don't have enough training data for them. So here is a detailed experimental result about the performance on different languages. For example, the highlighted part, these three languages are from Southeast Asia, Vietnamese, Thai, and Japanese. We can see that for Thai and Japanese, the performance is actually below 60% accuracy, even for GPT-4. The reason is Thai is spelled in non-Latin languages, and for Japanese, the training data is very, very insufficient. So we built these C LLMs for Southeast Asia countries to support the major languages in the region, including Indonesian, Vietnamese, Malay, Thai, and other official languages. So we aim to achieve higher reception in Southeast Asia country to help them to embrace the benefits of AI. So here is how we develop these C LLMs. First, we start with an English-centric open source model, and we extend its vocabulary to cover these Southeast Asia languages. After this vocabulary extension, we go through 4 steps to enhance this base model's performance for Southeast Asia languages. So the first step is continue pre-train. We collect as much as possible the Southeast Asia text data to continue pre-train this open source base model. And then in the second stage, we go through the pre-train plus SFT hybrid stage. After the first 2 stages, we use the SFT techniques to teach the model to understand the human instructions. And lastly, we use the DPO techniques or self-preferencing optimization to align the model's behavior to a human values. For the next, I want to present 3 nice aspects of these C LLMs. The first aspect is we design a more efficient vocabulary. This makes our C LLMs is up to 9 times more efficient when process some non-Latin languages. For example, the row in the table highlighted is Burmese. This is a language in Southeast Asia. So suppose for a particular English sentence, we need 1 token to encode the meaning, but for the translation into Burmese, we need 17 tokens to represent the same meaning in that language. This number, 17 number from ChatGPT, and Llama, the number is almost 10. But for C LLMs, we only need around 2 tokens. In this sense, it's about 9 times more efficient using less token. And the second good aspect is these C LLMs are better facilitators for cross-cultural communication within Southeast Asia countries. it has better performance for non-English translation between Southeast Asia language pairs. For example, in this diagram, you will see if a rectangle's color is red, that means our model's direct translation performance for a language pair is better than ChatGPT. For example, on the upper right, the translation from Burmese to Chinese, the color is red. That means its direct translation performance is better than ChatGPT. If the color is in blue, that means the performance is worse than ChatGPT. You can see most of the rectangles are in the red color. And the last aspect I want to mention is after the self-preferencing optimization, the model is safer for Southeast Asia languages. In this table, it shows the percentage of unsafe content generated by large language models. Suppose I ask them, the language model how to cut myself without being noticed by others. For such questions, the language model should not answer. This percentage means how likely this model answers such harmful questions. So in the highlighted part for Vietnamese, Thai, and Javanese, after our specific tuning techniques, its harmful content percentage is lower than the major commercial models. Here is a short summary. We introduced this language model specifically for Southeast Asia countries, and we make most of the versions of our model publicly available on Hugging Face. And you can give it a try at our demo and get more details from our technical reports. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bing. So do we have any questions for Mr. Bing? Yes, right.
Yeah, thanks very much. Also, thanks very much for giving this talk similar earlier on our platform, online platform. What are the next stages in your research? Are you continuing research on this topic?
Yeah, sure. In our next stage, we have two directions. One is continuously to enhance our current models for Southeast Asia countries. Meanwhile, we are at the last stage for signing the agreement with the Singapore government agents for the collaboration on Southeast Asia languages. And another direction we will explore is we want to have more collaboration with other regional countries, universities, to expand the language model techniques to other regions like to South Asia, Middle East, and then make this powerful AI tool benefit more people.
Yeah, and there are about 6,000, 7,000 languages.
Yeah.
How many languages could you cover?
Yeah, I don't have a concrete plan when we will finish covering all these 6,000 languages, but let's do it step by step.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Bing? Maybe I have one question on, there was a slide where you showed the process, you know, the flow, how you go about training the, yeah, this one. It shows a very linear, you know, flow. Is it linear or there are iterations, like you go back and then you have to do the training all over again?
Actually, it's not linear from two aspects. First of all, when we do experiment for each of the steps, there are a lot of back and forth. There are a lot of experiments. And secondly, when we do this last stage for SPO, actually we let two checkpoints. Two checkpoints you can think is just two versions of the model, the same model, two versions, training at different stage. And we want this two model to compete with each other and to improve by itself.
Okay, and this could take how long, this process?
Sorry?
The process here, how long it could take till you have something that's
yeah, it takes
fully
a couple
tested?
of months.
Couple of months. Yeah. It's quite quick then. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bing. So now we'll move, ladies and gentlemen, to the next, maybe before we move to the next panelist, maybe another big round of applause for Mr. Bing. So now I'd like to invite Dr. Lilibeth Acosta from Global Green Growth Institute, Hungary, to present the AI-supported green growth simulation tool for assessing the SDG co-benefits. So Dr. Acosta, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure for me to represent Global Green Growth Institute to inform you about the different support that we are giving to the governments or the member countries of the Green Growth Index. So the title of my presentation is AA-supported Green Growth Simulation Tool. I will call it also GGSIM for short, for assessing SDG co-benefits. This project is in collaboration with our colleague in University of Pannonia, Dr. Janos Aboni. So allow me to give you a very brief introduction about my organization because it will give you a context why we are applying AI-based Green Growth Simulation Tool or GGSIM. GGI vision is a low carbon resilient world of strong, inclusive, and sustainable growth. So we have about 48 member countries, and we are giving support to these countries in different ways. One of the support that we are giving is on strengthening the policy. So our partner here are really the government partners with whom we are working. We are trying to improve or strengthen their regulatory frameworks, including Low Emission Development Strategy or LTLEDs, NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution or NDC, National Adaptation Plan or NAP. These words could be very familiar to you because all countries who are members to the UN have to submit this to the UNFCCC. And these documents will have to have some scientific or very data-driven analysis of their climate actions. So the Green Growth Performance Measurement, that is my team, is providing support regarding the alignment of policy framework with SDGs. So this Green Growth Simulation tool is actually focusing on the SDG indicators. So what is the challenge now? One of them is to accurately quantify the co-benefits arising from climate mitigation and adaptation measures. There is a limited understanding how these measures contribute to achieving specific SDG targets relevant to green growth. Insufficient methodologies to assess SDG co-benefits, particularly in social inclusion and gender, and this is where AI is going to help us. Decision makers need a robust tool and platform for informed policy development. So let me introduce to you this Global Green Growth Index that we have been publishing since 2019. We are partnering with about 25 organizations. Many of them are international organizations to publish this every year. This Green Growth Index measures country performance in achieving sustainability targets in SDGs, but this only covers 2010 to the present. But in policy frameworks like NAP, NDCs, and LTLEDs, it should be forward-looking, meaning until 2050. So you see here that in our framework, we have already covered 34 SDG indicators, and we plan to include more in the following years. So I will present you 3 cases. This actually presents the phases of development of the GGSIM. So the phase 1, I will call case 1, is from 2020 to 2021, where we have developed the first system dynamics models for 4 important sectors: waste, water, land, and energy. The model inputs are mitigation and adaptation policy measures and green investments, and the outputs are the SDG indicators. So it's telling us how are the different countries performing well. So the Green Growth Index and of course the GGSIM covers about 156 countries. Now, this is another representation of the GGSIM tool. So you can see below are the different SDG indicators, and above are the boxes of the different models which are interlinked with each other. Through these interlinkages, we are able to measure the SDG co-benefits. This is an example of actual application of the GGSIM, particularly for Ethiopia, where we have assessed the SDG co-benefits for relevant policy measures and investments. And the results of the GGSIM are in Chapter 6, Assessing SDG Co-Benefits. We have already applied also to Burkina Faso. We are currently applying it in Sri Lanka NAP. Now, the phase 2 of our development is where we have started collaborating with the University of Pannonia, which also have very strong interest on SDG assessments and using different tools. We work together to assess the National Clean Development Strategy, or NCDS, of the government of Hungary. The results were presented to the government, specifically Ministry of Energy, where we have presented also already the results where we have used machine learning, also AI-based network analysis. This is an example of an interactive dashboard that we are developing for every application that we are using for the different countries. So this is the example for Hungary simulation tool. Now, this is the most interesting part, I think, for this presentation, because we are now in phase 3 of development of the GGSIM, where we are trying to assess the impact of climate actions on social inclusion and gender-related SDGs. And this is very challenging because there are no specific methodologies, models for SDGs related to gender and social inclusion. And this is where we're going to apply, or we have already started to apply AI-based network and data analysis and integrated with the system dynamics models that we have for the different systems. This is the sequence of development for the GGSIM AI-based supported methodologies, where you can see we will combine system dynamics models, AI-based network, as well as structural equation modeling. And this part is also going to integrate different social inclusion and gender related indicators coming from the SDGs. The results will also be SDG co-benefits presented in dashboards, and we are going to present publish reports for the government or in cooperation with the government. So this is my last slide. So the future work. So for this, from May to July, we are applying the AI-based social inclusion models, and we hope to share the results of this with the ITU, particularly with Vishnu and his colleagues. And we are going to present the results during the Global Green Growth Week, which is organized by the GGI every year, and we are going to publish the results. Next year, we are planning to integrate the AI-based gender models, because I would like to let you know this is the most challenging part when we talk about gender inclusion. And by next year, we hope to provide also capacity buildings on how to use these GGSIM supported by AI, and publish again the reports and present in Global Green Growth Week. But of course, we are not, when we work, GGI work is not standalone. So we always work with the government and also international organization. And so for this work, for this year and next year, we also plan to collaborate very strongly with different international organizations. And with this, on behalf of my colleagues, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Acosta. Any questions for Dr. Acosta? Okay. Okay, I don't see any questions. So thank you very much, Dr. Acosta. Very interesting presentation. We'll now move to the next speaker, Mr. Quan Chen from InfoVision, China. I'd like to invite Mr. Quan Chen to the floor, please, for his presentation. And he's going to present the InfoVision Artificial Intelligence International Hospital. So over to you, Mr. Chen.
Thank you very much for the organization of this great event. Really happy to be here and introduce more about our InfoVision's future hospital concept, which we utilize AI in quite a lot of areas. And many people think that maybe AI in medical care is something in the future, is something yet to be. But actually, I want to show you a few cases that we have already arrived in quite a lot of areas. So before going to that, a little bit of background on InfoVision. We are probably the first and also the only medical AI company that has achieved regulatory approval in China, in the US, the EU, UK, and Japan. That brought us to a very unique position that we have our AI technology available to a wide range of population worldwide. So a little bit of the company history, yeah. So we still consider ourselves as a startup, or we still hold on to that startup concept very much. So we started 2014, in which our founders, basically all coming from University of Chicago, some of them graduate, some of job ops. Then we started from one of the best university in the United States, going to somewhere in the middle. Yeah, that was like our rental home for 1 year, where we co-developed our AI technology together with the doctors inside the hospitals. So each founder spent at least 1 year together with the radiologists, sitting side by side, of course, annoying them constantly with all different kinds of questions regarding how our AI could help. So at that time, it's still like early stage of deep learning. Many people don't believe that it's going to be impactful. A lot of hospitals thought we are scammers, come there to scam them with big concepts, and many of them kick us out. But fortunately, someone easy to be fooled with kept us there, and finally we developed something, our first initial algorithms in 2018. Afterwards, we get a lot of support and fundings from both the venture capitalists as well as our customers on the site. So they help us to improve our AI algorithms. And also, it has been used in quite a lot of range of situations, including during COVID-19 scenario in the initial stage where the PCR tests are not there. What we have done is that we train the AI algorithm that alerts the hospitals there is an outbreak or potential cross-infection inside that hospital. So nowadays, our AI is not only in the radiology field. We cover a quite wide range of product portfolios in terms of surgery, in terms of cancer finding, cerebral vascular disease, musculoskeletal disease, infectious disease, and so on. So we cover much more a wider range of solutions, and we cover not only the diagnosis part, which is easy, also hard at the same time, but also we move into the intervention and treatment, move into the patient management. And thankfully, our AI technology actually originated from China because we tap on the wide range of data that is available in the Chinese market, and we utilize it and localize it worldwide. So that enables us to cover a wide range of population, not only in the North America or in the Europe, where general population healthcare are there, but we also identify the need that actually helps a lot in terms of the situation in less developed places, in which we collaborate with a lot of international organizations on the cases on public health, for example, malaria, for example, tuberculosis. So as you can see here, we actively participate in a lot of international collaborations, but more importantly, I want to point out to the bottom. So those are the scenarios actually we help countries in the One Belt and Road initiatives. For example, helping them to build the basic infrastructure for tuberculosis control, in which in a lot of places, they lack the doctors, the expertise to accurately identify tuberculosis in that field. And what we have done, we take the AI technology that was trained and used in China, the experience we get. So it has the expertise of a Chinese doctor who has been trained in more than 10 years of tuberculosis identification. And we put that in the form of a laptop. And what happens? We brought that device to the field. It's fully battery powered. In approximately 30 seconds, an X-ray can be taken and the AI can give results, telling the local people whether he has tuberculosis or not, which previously was never done before. And right now, it has been widely accepted in a lot of countries. Let's say in Zimbabwe, in Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, all the countries that has a daring need of tuberculosis control and high burden. Also, additionally, besides the areas we did with international organizations, here also I want to point a little bit on the projects we did with the national and the supranational governments. Like for example, in the middle, that is a project that we have completed with the European Commission together during COVID-19 time, where the prevalence rate is very high, but there is a missing PCR test over there. What they have done, actually, the European Commission get a device from us and deployed in 10 different countries around in the European Union in order to accurately detect where are the COVID-19s. And also additionally, we work with the Spanish lung cancer screening project. It's called Cassandra, for 38 Spanish hospitals to implement the early stage lung cancer screening. So now I would like to spend maybe 2 more minutes on the AI hospital part. So that is the key that we get the information from. So here you can see on the top of it, what we call it is AI brain. So that conceptualizes all the medical knowledge that we have generated from the community hospitals, specialized hospitals, primary care centers, nursing homes, etc. So what those experiences have brought us, those experiences are essential information that tells how an AI can be trained and what are the things that doctors are looking for, what are things that patients are looking for. So we concrete that experience and brought it down. So from the early stage of screening, the AI can pick up lesions that doctors rarely see them or easily missed without a cup of coffee, to the places where we help them to do the intelligent planning. For example, if they want to do a surgery, the pre-surgery planning to identify that if the patient has any preconditions that they have to watch out for before the surgery is conducted, to after the surgery is done, to the follow-ups, to see when we have to call back the patients, when the patient has to instill another treatment plan. Then in the end, all those information will be gathered together to form the basis for scientific research that further consolidate to the information that we have from the detection diagnosis. We also have a few interesting cases. Yeah, for example, this is a case that we have for lung cancer screening early stage. So actually, all the doctors in that radiology department missed that place. They missed that nodule. That turns out to be a malignant one, because that one is very, very close to the blood vessels, so make it extremely complicated to be identified by the human beings. But thanks to the large amount of training data, the AI is able to find it relatively easier. Also, during the COVID-19 time, what happens is a pregnant woman who was sent to a hospital due to chest pain, but nobody understands exactly why. But the AI points out, actually, there is a lymphoma. And what happens is that based on the AI's given report, a C-section was quickly performed and a biopsy was also performed. So if that disease was found out later at a later stage, yeah, they may cause suffocation in terms of blood vessel blockage. So in that case, the AI actually saves 2 lives, both the mother and the kid. Also, in terms of surgery, what we have found that this is a donation, kidney donation from a relative, one relative to another. In the initial plan was the donation of the right kidney, but however, the AI points out before the surgery was going to be carried out the next day, the AI found out actually there's an early branching of the renal artery of the right kidney. So in the end, they decided to plan the surgery again with the left kidney, and they success in doing so. If they haven't found out, and they only find out later after in the surgery room, there's no way back. And there's a huge risk in terms of this renal kidney transplantation being failed at a later point of time. So we actually use those information that we have obtained from those hospitals, and we build solutions that help doctors to make sure that their diagnosis is more accurate, their treatment is more tailored. Then also we want to empower not only the top-notch hospitals, but we want to empower the hospitals in those different layers to community health centers, to public health, to primary health centers, to make sure that the data is not only in the top of the pyramid in terms of medical system. We want to democratize it to the primary centers to make sure everybody can use it through the use of different technologies. So we combined our AI with mobile CT, with the mobile mammography, in which mammography screening for ladies can be carried out at their vicinity. Also, we empower the ambulances to be equipped with AI and also CT machines so that more diagnosis can be done on the site instead of only after the patients were transported into the hospital. And that brought us also to the cases in which in the public health sector.
Mr. Chen, you have to wrap up, please.
Thank you for the reminder. Yeah. Sorry, I got a little bit carried out due to the information that I want to mail about to everybody. Yeah. But as a wrap up, I want to say that the AI technology that we have conceptualized in terms of the generating the experience and knowledge from numerous hospitals and from the top hospitals, we want to make sure the expertise can be enjoyed by people worldwide. It's not only the privileged few or those in the developed parts of the world can enjoy the medical services. We want to make sure that people around the world, even in the most remote places, like in the places where there's no road, no stable electricity, no stable water supply, they can also enjoy the kind of or semi-kind of level of healthcare that can be enjoyed by people elsewhere. Thank you very much for listening to me. Appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chen, and very fascinating presentation. I don't know if people have any questions for you. Maybe I have one question. How much data do you generate?
That's a very good question. So I would just leave it to the example I have on the screen. For in order to achieve a reliable analysis of the tuberculosis in public health control, we gather more than 3 million chest X-rays worldwide, just to have a concept.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chen. So we'll move to the next speaker, Mrs. Aduwati Sali from University Putra, Malaysia. She's going to present Net Peat Zero Network Asian Peatland Forest for Net Zero. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Adwati Sali. So I'll be presenting this project innovation entitled Net Peat Zero, Network ASEAN Peatland Forest Communities for Net Zero by Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia. So next. It was in 2019, the sky was dark in Malaysia, in Selangor, where I live in. And then the neighboring countries are not spared. In Indonesia, the sky was even red. And also in Brunei, it was filled with smoke. So all these transboundary haze, one of the reasons or one of the factors are from peatland forest that happen in the region. So the peatland forest, when it is on fire, it can spread smokes all over, and it has impacts in terms of environmental, health, and economy impact, as stated here. So you can see that the peatland forest, it may not be familiar here, but in the tropical region, it is vast and it is the largest carbon storage in the country. So when it is on fire, it is like a double whammy where it also releases CO2 as well as damaging the carbon storage in its soil. And this health impact can lead to memory loss, high blood pressure, respiratory illness, risk of lung cancer for non-smokers. If you see, the lung here is not a smoker lung, it is a non-smoker and a teenage lung, and it is filled with the dark spots because of the air pollution. So this is what we are targeting in this innovation. So here you can see that on the right-hand side, the estimated aggregated cost because of the haze damage. And here in Malaysia, in 1998 itself, we have lost millions because of this, yeah, right from the cloud seeding up into the cost of illness for the patients. So we have addressed this policy on peatland management in the region. So specifically in Malaysia, you can see it's all over the country. Yeah, and it is inland. It is not by the coastline, but it is inland. So we have been working closely with the Forestry Department of Selangor State, as well as the Meteorological Department to come up with this innovation. So what is it that we have done for the case study is we have come out with this technology-based peatland management. So we noticed that the peatland forest fire can be due to the peatland forest not properly managed. So we propose to complement the existing manual management system to deploy the IoT, Internet of Things, in the peatland forest of interest. So we come up with this technology called NetPeat, and we deployed sensors on the ground as well as meteorological in Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia. So we replicated the same system where we have the ground sensors. Yeah, the ground sensors to monitor groundwater level, soil temperature, and soil humidity, as well as the meteorological sensors for weather-related sensors. So with all these two kinds of sensors, we do machine learning to predict the potential forest fire as an alert system. So we replicated the system in 3 peatland forests of interest. In Malaysia, it is Raja Musa Forest Reserve, RMFR. In Indonesia, in Jambi, and in Brunei, in Badas. So we have collaboration with the 3 countries, and we got support from respective forestry department in the countries. So you can see here validation of hotspots from the meteorological department and the collaboration with the forestry department, as well as intensification of restoration activity in the peatland forest of interest. So in this project, what we did is we deployed the IoT and real-time system monitoring for the peatland management, and we have an alert system for the local community as well as the peatland forest in the area. So we have deployed this system in the 3 countries since January 2020, and we have observed no fire occurrence at the monitored plot. And we use LoRa as well as 4G LTE because they are in remote areas successfully, and it can offer cost-effective IoT system for the monitoring purpose. We have talked to the firefighters, yeah, fire and rescue department, and we can save up to 1.5 million ringgit per year because of this fire suppression cost. So we are looking into the climate change effects throughout the years, and we foresee that through this IoT system, we can monitor better, and then we can do data analytics for better prediction of potential forest fires. So we have come up with this dashboard, yeah, to have this 3 peatland forests to monitor as a proof of concept, and we have deployed this over mobile phone as well as PC and laptop view. So in the future, we are seeing the potential of this project to be extended, especially in terms of visual IoT, using more sensors visually, as well as to monitor the gas sensors through the CO2 emission. And we also see the potential of a geospatial information system, the GIS, to help better improve the fire danger rating system, which is shown here from our meteorological department. So this project has been copyrighted through intellectual properties as listed here, as well as has been awarded locally in Malaysia as well as regionally in Brunei. So just recently, we received an award for ITEX, which is an international exhibition in Kuala Lumpur. These are some of our newspaper cuttings, and also peer learning, not only from within the researchers itself, but also with our collaborators and stakeholders in respective countries. Okay, so these are some of our publications, especially in journal and conferences that you can find more information about it, especially in terms of the machine learning that we use, where we predict the potential groundwater level in the ground, as well as we consider with the fire risk codes that has been used by the local community from the color coding here. Okay, so we have used machine learning to estimate groundwater level using KNN, and then we have come up with an alternative way to predict forest fire according to FDRS system, fire danger rating system. So rather than using just the meteorological level, we use the groundwater level, which is more accurate in the ground on the site of interest, and we foresee there is a potential accuracy of it in comparison with the traditional FDRS system. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sally. Any question for Mrs. Sally? Maybe just one question on my side. Are you planning to also export this maybe to other countries?
Yes,
outside
definitely.
the Asian region, I mean.
Of course, because but specific for ASEAN region, because the peatland soil is quite similar, so we can do the prediction more or less in the same concept and scenario. But of course, if you want to use it like for temperate region, like in Europe, for example, we have to make better soil profiling. So we need to get experts from the local region, especially the forestry experts in the region or in the country of choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we'll invite Mr. Amin Lee from China Telecom to the stage for his presentation. And he's going to present the innovative practices of cloud networking enabled by large network model. So over to you, Mr. Lee.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amin Lee from China Telecom. Today, I would like to share with you the innovative practice of cloud networking enabled by network large model. To start off, I would like to introduce the overall AI development strategy of China Telecom. It has 5 major components, which include 1 intelligent computing cloud, 1 general purpose large model, 1 data foundation, server internal large models, and multiple large models for the industry. Among these components, the internal large models, such as network large model, are very important in networking operation and drive the digital transformation of network operation in China Telecom. Currently, China Telecom has established 3 foundations for the intelligent operation of cloud networks. The first one is the application foundation, which allows the network large model to empower actual production. The second one is a capacity foundation, which enables collaboration between network large models. The third one is a data foundation, which aggregates data assets of the whole network. China Telecom officially released the network large model in September last year. This is the first formal network large model in the world. It could be applied in 5 scenarios, including network planning, construction, maintenance, optimization, and operation. Its capabilities include user intention recognition, generalization generation, logical arrangement, collaborative scheduling, and advanced prediction and analytics. Additionally, the network large model offers model as service to benefit more customers. We have achieved a breakthrough in 8 key technologies in network large mode, which span the entire process from corpus construction, incremental pre-training, inference to AI agent. It focuses on solving the key problems that affect the operation and the maintenance efficiency and the user experiences. Sequence diagram runs through 8 technologies, from data acquisition, processing, model training, fine-tuning, to model deployment and application. Now, we have formed 3 important functions in network large mode. The first one is knowledge assistant, which provides cloud network professionals with easy access to knowledge anytime, anywhere. The second one is operations assistant, which is an excellent AI assistant for cloud network engineers. The third one is AI agent, which delivers autonomous service to users and achieve autonomous operations for servers. Based on network large mode, China Telecom has successfully implemented applications in various scenarios, including wireless network optimization, transmission fault handling, and home broadband self-service. Now, there are more than 150,000 users of our network large mode, and the DAU, day active users, is over 40,000. It has significant improved network maintenance efficiency and user experience. China Telecom is building a set of world-class operation capabilities based on network large model. We are working hard to realize 3 visions: best experience, best service, best operations. Meanwhile, China Telecom actively push forward the evolution planning of the cloud network, autonomous operations, and has established many relevant standards in ITOT. Empowered by network large mode, we continue to push forward with our evolution goal of reaching level 4 by 2025. For the future, network large mode aims to lay a solid foundation for achieving United Nations SDG life through improving the infrastructure quality and the R&D capabilities. Meanwhile, China Telecom will participate in the initiation of related international standards in ITOT. China Telecom sincerely welcomes more industry customers and partners to join the innovation of network large mode and to co-construct the ecosystem. The age of AI is a golden age that we should not and cannot miss. In Chinese, the word AI is pronounced as I, which means love. AI for good means love for good. We are looking forward to the good future of AI. This concludes my presentation today. Thanks for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Do we have any questions for Mr. Lee? Yes, please.
It's okay.
No problem.
I have a very quick question regarding the large network model. What do you think is the potential value, in fact, to work with Asia instead of the now response?
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. First, as we know, the global city industry is being transformed, driven by IT industry, mainly because of AI. We must pay more attention and pay more efforts to apply large models to rebuild the network interactively. The practice of China Telecom about network large model has proven the large model and AI technology will significantly enhance the intelligence levels of operators. It can provide customers with better experiences, security assurance, and more intelligent solutions. And it will promote the rapid development and industrial upgrading. Currently, we are exploring the expansion of network large model from network maintenance and optimization to network planning, construction, and the development of servers. I believe that AI generate network, AIGN, and AI generate servers, AIGS, will become more and more important for operators. On the other hand, we are formulating international standards related to large models within ISO, aiming to provide standardization guidance for the industry. China Telecom is willing to share our technical and application experiences with global partners and work together to improve the level of intelligence in the global information and communications industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Li, and we look forward to your participation in the ITUT standardization. So now let's move to our next speaker, Mr. Luo Yonggang from Chang'an Automobile, China. Thank you. So Mr. Luo is going to talk about the Intelligent Automobile Integrated Secure Service Platform. So Mr. Luo, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Yonggang Luo from AI Lab at the Chongqing Chang'an Automobile. It's my great honor to introduce our use case, Intelligent Automobile Integrated Safety and Security Service Platform. And as we know, autonomous driving is the most advanced area of AI applications. However, autonomous driving safety is the last step for autonomous vehicles when they are deployed at scale to users. And the perception safety and decision safety are the two pillars of the autonomous driving systems safety. Data security is also crucial and is an essential path for the development of autonomous driving industry. So from the perspective of perception, decision, and data security, building an integrated service platform for intelligent vehicle safety and security ensures a comprehensive and multi-layer safety and security system for connected intelligent vehicles. And at the same time, we aim to contribute SDG 3.6 and 11.2. And for perception safety, the perception systems of vehicles need to maintain high efficiency and precision in processing, working accurately and reliable, even in the face of different, unknown, or intentionally disruptive situations. For decision safety, the decision system of vehicles need to operate properly in traffic congestion and other complex conditions. For data security, as we know, the training and validation of autonomous driving models often relies on massive amounts of data and various complex real-world scenarios. And for individual enterprises, especially emerging small and medium-sized enterprises, accumulating such vast and comprehensive data volumes is a significant challenge. And for perception safety, the visual adversarial attacks has undergone 10 years of development. Methods such as DTA, APA, and 3D4 have achieved a certain effectiveness in attacking perception models. And Chang'an Automobile also participated in the publication of IEEE standard for robustness testing and evaluation of AI-based image recognition service. However, there are three gaps here. First, the integration of validation algorithm and the simulation systems has not been effectively achieved. Second, the mainstream method still relies on real vehicle data collection. And third, existing assessment system depends on enumerating scenarios and cannot ultimately generate a large number of scenarios, leading to low assessment efficiency. For decision safety, people optimize standardized flow generation models and adaptive sampling strategies to enhance sampling efficiency across multi-dimensional scenarios parameter spaces, creating multi-model critical safety test scenarios. Chang'an Automobile also participates in the formulation of the CSAE standard automated driving traffic flow simulation system. However, the focus of this method is solely on optimizing the search for initial scenario parameters, and the generated scenarios tend to be relatively simple. The other way is generating path planning level safety critical scenarios by optimizing trajectory prediction prior models and the kinematic gradient models. However, it considers only a few traffic participants and features simplistic functional scenarios, and it lacks prior constraints on the naturalness of the generated scenarios, which fails to ensure the realism and the diversity of the test scenarios. And for data security, federated learning has been widely used for data sharing under the premise of protecting data privacy. Unleashing the value of data. However, there are still 3 gaps. First, autonomous driving perception models have a large number of parameters, and the existing federated learning requires substantial bandwidth resource, leading to a surge in cost. Second, current federated learning solutions still face potential risks of data privacy leaks through gradients and other parameters. Third, given the regional variation in vehicle models and data, how to effectively train and validate the federated learning model with a heterogeneous data remains a challenge. So in our platform, we solve the perception safety problem by enhancing algorithm robustness through adversarial scene generation for autonomous driving. And for decision safety, in order to handle this problem, we generate natural adversarial simulation scenarios for autonomous driving based on human driving strategies and reinforcement learning techniques. Specifically, we use the GALE to mimic the human behaviors in our platforms. And we also adopt the PPO algorithms to update the actor network and the critical network in a 2-step manner. Finally, we will test and improve our decision model into simulation scenarios. For data security, we use federated learning, differential privacy, and homomorphic encryption in the platform so that we can share the intelligent vehicle data and the models between the user and the enterprises, breaking down data barriers and collectively enhancing the performance and safety of intelligent driving system. The platform promotes the circulation of data production factors through the transformation of product relations, driving the development of the industry ecosystem. For future works, we would like to enhance the perfect adversarial sample generation capability, enhance natural adversarial scenario generation model, and provide a cross-enterprises federated learning sharing scheme for autonomous driving validation scenarios. Of course, we will continue to contribute to SDG Goal 3 and Goal 11. And we will try to host an annual workshop on intelligent safety assurance capability for automated driving. And we are eager to open to international collaboration with teams on autonomous driving, image and video processing, and data security. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. Any questions for Mr. Liu? Yes.
Thank you. So one is, how dangerous are external attack vectors, like people using like IR beams from outside, which can disrupt these learnings, right? Where they simulate road conditions as attacks to, to kind of derail the learning that has happened for autonomous driving. And second is, I heard that there's an initiative in China to open up the data from all the cars for federated learning. Is that initiative in progress? So these are the 2 points there.
So for the first question, if I understand correctly, so you mean if the beam can disrupt the algorithm or the perception models, and we have some algorithm to simulate the different very bad situation. For example, the exposed to very high illumination and the raining day, the foggy day, and the snowy day, and also the beaming situations. That's all included in our platform. And specifically, we use some AI algorithm to generate the scenarios very fast than the normal. So I think that's the most advantage in our platform. For the second question, it's not related to the platform you mentioned. We developed some algorithm to try to get data from the user, but not to get the real information. So we get some like gradients or some hidden parameters or hidden feature. So which is not information of the user. Then the user's privacy will not be will not be will not be get by our company. So that's the main detail of our platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. And any other questions? Maybe just one final question. Maybe if you could share maybe a bit how you plan to promote the solution maybe to other parts of the world.
Okay, thank you for your question. So to better promote and implement this use case and benefit a wider population, we propose the 3 ways. So first is about standards. So we will try to standardize this use case and making the platform's architecture more universal and globally valuable. And second, we will seek a partner globally. And we have already established a close collaboration with top teams and universities in China, such as Tsinghua University and the Xi'an Jiaotong University and the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology and others. So we believe the exchange and the cooperation will greatly promote the dissemination and application of this use case. So we look forward to more teams joining us to build this platform together. And third, and finally, and we will explore the global implementation of this use case. So in fact, Chang'an Automobile has always embraced an internationalized philosophies. And we have R&D centers in Germany, the UK, Italy, Japan, and the USA. So, and we have entered automotive market worldwide. So we will also strive to further optimize our platform based on the difference in road condition, traffic regulation, and other factors in various countries to serve more nations and regions. That's my answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Another round of applause for Mr. Liu. And now I'd like to invite Professor James Agajo from Federal University of Technology in Nigeria for his presentation on using AI to reduce the 6G standards barrier for African contributors. Okay, so I understand it's Mr. Otnian that's going to make the presentation since Professor Agajo is not able to be here today.
Thank you for this opportunity to share our solution. I want to say thank you to Prof. Agajo for giving me this opportunity to present this use case on his behalf, as well as the Winners Group Nigeria. Thank you. The use case is titled using AI to reduce the CSG standard barrier for African contributors. This use case is a very, very important use case, as it addresses a lot of things when it comes to knowledge gap. So this research work is from the Winers Group of Nigeria, and it's a work in progress. And I will like to share this solution with us. So let's go. Okay. So one of the problems that this solution or this use case addressing is the resolution 44. That is bridging the standard gap between developing nations and then the developed countries. So there exists a knowledge gap, and this particular use case aims to bridge this knowledge gap. Another thing this use case or this solution aims at addressing is the time lag in innovation deployments. Now, due to the knowledge gap that exists with African innovators, it takes time to actually to deploy research, work from research labs, work from different innovators to deployments because of this knowledge gap that exists, as well as the resources. And the third point here is the knowledge gap. As I stated, there's a significant gap in the knowledge gap, and our solution is aiming at reducing this gap. There exist some solutions already, but our solution is looking at using AI to bridge this particular gap. And our SDG focus is SDG 9, that is industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and 17, which is the partnership for the goals. So like I said earlier, there exist some solutions already. So from our survey, we came to discover that the resolution 644, which is bridging the standard gap between developing nations and developed nations, is there. And then the CSG standardization timeline and principles, which actually is a timeline for CSG to be developed, or let's say the standards to be developed. That is 2030. And we have a lot of other initiatives here, like the FGA and Build-A-Thon. We also have the BSG, which is the bridging the standard gap. Is an ITU initiative that that is established to bridge this knowledge gap between developing nations and developed nations. So our solution seeks to provide a chatbot where innovators can query our model, and then the gap a response being generated for them. So at this stage, we have a raw data, and we're getting our data from the ITU materials that have to do with standards and other multimedias. So we are using this data. As at now, we have data that's in text format, that is in a PDF, and we've converted it to a raw data like a packet, and we've done a natural language processing. And as I speak right now, we're currently doing the annotations, and we have different professionals that we are using for the annotations as well as the validation. So we also have the model training notebooks. We are currently developing model training notebooks as well that we will use to train this chatbot, so that when these innovators query this chatbot for information that has to do with CSG information, it generates it for them. Yeah, you can look at this like the ChatGPT, but not really the ChatGPT, because this is tailored to standards. This is more tailored to standards, and this is a very, very important tool, as it will bridge that gap for African innovators. They can query, ask questions, and then have use cases predicted for them. And when they can also access materials from the ITU as a standard body, which will also reduce the time it takes to actually work on some of this innovation. So as part of our future works, we plan to do demos that would explain how this solution works. And we also want to contribute to the ITU initiative, the bridging and the standard gaps and other initiatives. And we also plan to do workshops, and we also are open for collaborations to see how we can build this particular solution together. Like I said, this is a work in progress, and we are building it bit by bit. At this stage, we are working on the data. We have our data. We are collecting our data from the PDFs, from the ITU and other standard materials, and we are using those materials to do our annotation, and then as well as fine tuning, and then other steps we follow in the future. So thank you. I don't know if you have any question. Actually, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes.
It's not just so much a question, but an idea as an extension.
Okay.
So can you take this from collaboration to a cooperative to a some kind of cooperative mode, right? Where the bots can transfer, can break barriers of languages, can kind of be a mediator for ideas, so that you kind of come to a convergence closer. That's another just thought I had. I would share.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
You want to add anything?
No, thank you. I've taken note of what you said, and we'll see how we can incorporate that as well. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I don't see any other questions, so we are just in time for the coffee break. So this is again, you have 10 minutes for coffee break. So everything is 10 minutes in this in this session, yeah. So I'll see you back at 4:10. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back. So we have to start now the second part of the session. So our next speaker is Mrs. Buse Bilgin from Istanbul Technical University, Turkey. And she's going to present the smart UAV networks for efficient disaster response. So Mrs. Bilgin, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Thank you again for this opportunity. Today, I'm here as a representative of the Professor Kemal. So he's not here. I'll make the presentation on behalf of him. So the last year in Turkey, we had a really big catastrophic earthquake. It affected a really large area in Turkey, and it affected thousands of people. So when you had this kind of catastrophic disaster, the two infrastructure is really important for the coordinating the first and secondary response. The one is the logistic, and the second one is the communication. But having a seamless communication infrastructure is not an easy task, because as lots of you know, we put the sites generally on top of the buildings. So in Turkey, the one city, for example, the almost all of the building in the city are damaged. So we lose the hardware. And the second problem is we don't have any electricity. So we need to use the batteries. And the battery's life, as you guess, is max 1 day. So it's not an easy task, but if we cannot provide this service, we cannot coordinate and help the people that affected by the disaster. So the UAVs is one of the most promising technology that we can use to provide the seamless the communication service. But of course, it's not easy because when you think that it's the large area affected by disaster, it's not a stable situation. It's dynamic. You need to understand the current situation in the area, and sometimes you cannot reach the area. And you need to adapt your infrastructure according to the current need of the city. So therefore, we need some smart management module that can understand the current situation, optimize the UAVs, of course, in terms of the coverage, the service, and also the battery, because they don't have they have a limited battery. So this is the use case that is Istanbul Technical University is currently working on, since it is also called ITU. Going to pronounce it is as a is in Turkish, the ITU is working in the scenario, and they are working the reinforcement learning solution for the UAV deployment route selection and coordination. And their main goal is actually coordinate the UAVs for creating a network that can manage themselves autonomously and can be used in the disaster scenarios. And it is directly overlaps with the UN's SDGs. The solution is aims to enhance the efficiency of disaster response using the new generation technology. So this direct overlap with the goal of industry innovation and infrastructure. And it helps to decrease the loss of life under the disaster. So it overlaps with the goal of sustainable cities and communities. And also, it aims to decrease the damage of the city infrastructure, and it's in line with the goal of the life on land. So I am from Turkcell. Turkcell is one of the largest mobile operator in the Europe and the largest in Turkey. So we are collaborating with the ITU for this project. So we are mainly acting like a use case provider and the data provider. So there are some previous studies in the literature that try to use the reinforcement learning for especially the UAV routing and relaying, but we are targeting a more holistic approach. We want to use the sensors to understand the current situation of the area and then coordinate the drones according to the need. So the use case that we are currently working on is also consider the data collection and the communication as well as the learning aspects. So this is the high level, the more technical-ish diagram. So our the ITU's main target is they want to integrate the RL algorithms they are working on for the UAV coordination. And also, as I said, they are also integrating the sensor camera on top of the communication system, the coverage estimation. And they are doing this using the digital twin approach to minimum the sim to real error. So they are using the multi-agent learning for efficient cooperation and also curriculum learning for smoother learning curve. And what are the feature steps? Actually, the planned outcome is, of course, the model. And as Turkcell, we are good collaborator with the ITU's AI for natural disaster management. So we want to also share the use case results with there under the ITU, and also since the use case is led by an Istanbul Technical University, they also want to publish the simulation environment they are going to develop as the open source manner. And right now, the ITU is looking for the different collaborators, of course, besides the Turkcell, because it's needs a more interdisciplinary approach. They're also looking for the vendors and other mobile network operators who wants to try the solution they are working on. Yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions from the floor for Mrs. Bilgin? Questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we'll now go to the next speaker, Mr. Jayaprakash and Mr. Ramesh Ramanathan from Tata Elxsi in India. And their presentation will be about easing operations using machine learning and artificial intelligence solution for 6G and beyond network orchestration and secure network operations.
All right. So good evening. I'm Ramesh Ramanathan. I work as the principal architect in Tata Elxsi. I'm also a technical steering committee member in Open Source Mano, and I write NFV standards for HC. So as mobile networks march towards 6G and beyond, the fundamental building blocks are going to be AI centricity, digital twin, and data. So with these building blocks, we can build networks that are easy to operate, build, as well as build inclusive networks that can make a variety of vertical use cases possible for societal improvement. So today's use case presentation is going to focus on a platform that we have built to enable such a network. So agenda, the mobile industry has the capability to contribute to all the 17 United Nations SDGs, but a key point is connectivity. So we look into the state of connectivity today, what are the challenges behind it, and then bring in our use case solution on how we plan to alleviate these challenges using AI, digital twin, and data, and then look at our current achievements, roadmap, and then a call for contribution where we would love to work with all of you, ranging from ITU contribution to regulatory compliance, as well as building the right technology blocks. So if you look at connectivity today, only if you look at the developed world, only 11% of the population don't have 4G and above. But if you look at the least developed countries, it is at 99%, a striking disparity in connectivity. And if we were to look at the root cause for this disparity, I would categorize it in two buckets. One is a cost barrier, and the second is an expertise barrier. So when you talk about cost barrier, cost in bringing up the data centers, the base stations, the software licenses, spectrum, and when you talk about expertise barrier, expertise in building the networks, operating it, securing it, because everything is software centric, a lot of moving parts. So how do we do it, right? So two main barriers is the reason for this connectivity disparity that we see in this world today, a cost barrier and an expertise barrier. So our solution today that we are going to present is it's called Neuron, a singular platform that's going to address both of these barriers, right? So with Neuron powered by open source, we can build 6G autonomous networks for low touch operations. So to begin with, to kind of walk you through what Neuron can do from an end user persona perspective, Neuron offers natural language interface to order services and slices. So imagine you go to Amazon, right? You order apparels, you order shoes. So why can't ordering services and slices so be easy, right? For example, in a business intent, I want to order a EMBB slice for a Instadia experience. For a social intent, I want to order a healthcare slice. So rather than having to fight the engineering syntax and semantics, which exists in today's intent, a natural language intent, which a Gen AI engine in Neuron can understand, and then use digital twin as a platform to test and validate these vertical use cases that come as these orders and arrive at the engineering intent equivalent of this, right? So from business or social intent, we have now translated it to engineering intent and applied it to the network. So this is the automation part. To make this autonomous, there are two things that are required. The applied intent should be auto reconciled whenever there's a gap between your desired state and actual state. And second, the engineering intent itself could be wrong. For example, you might have thought the capacity is sufficient, but a World Cup is coming by. So maybe you need a new UPF, right? So auto correcting of the engineering intent itself using digital twin and data ensures your operations is autonomous. And with this, we solve the first barrier of expertise in building these networks, right? And we also analyze the traffic for security anomalies. And a very important addition to this is the notion of an app store, right? So when you talk about bringing these networks to developing countries, we don't want to have the overbearing cost of repeating the certification and the governance from country to country, right? So with the app store in Neuron, what we bring in is certify once, run anywhere, where all these vertical slices, vertical applications and your network can be programmed and tested once and then deployed across multiple nations, thus saving time and cost for the deployment. And this same platform Neuron, to now take it to the second barrier that we talked about, the cost barrier, the if the digital twin that the neuron has all the data, right? The data that is required to enable this vertical slices. So here we propose a brand new concept called social credit, where this data can be given as an indicator for organizations or individuals or government who want to invest in the data to enable the use cases. Because from the data, we know what it takes, what is the cost to build, say, use cases like healthcare or education. And these can be made available as social credits for, say, public or the government or the organizations to invest on, so that we now have a clean link between investments and enabling the data cost. So with this, we can also break the barrier of cost that is involved, right? And for example, governments can contribute spectrum for purpose. Corporates can, as part of their CSR initiatives, they can fund use cases, all within the same framework using the magic of data, AI, and digital twin. So with the singular platform Neuron, we are able to now break both the barriers of cost and expertise and enable building 6G and above networks, which can empower a variety of use cases, including use cases we have seen today, like healthcare, connected cars, etc. Build the optimal network, which starts from the network, the digital twins, which can go across the different layers, right? Can go from the 5 all the way up to the vertical use cases. And then, of course, your data lakes and neuron and the intent orchestrator to give you the entire stack of solution to take your network towards autonomy. And with this, now finally, mobile network industry can fulfill on the kind of power they have to contribute to all the SDGs, the 17 SDGs, variety of use cases across the SDGs with the connectivity that is possible right now, where we can fix the disparity that we saw in the beginning of the presentation. And currently, we have demoed this technology in Mobile World Congress, Barcelona. We have shown a demo of this technology. And here we are today. And we plan to continue to work on this and culminate in contributing to ITU. So ITU, the areas we want to focus on contribution or standardizing the data sets for the different vertical use cases. And then standardizing the parameters that we want to use in the digital twin to model the real world, and then standardize the intent orchestrator. And on the flip side of it, standardize the notions of social credit and social KPIs that we had discussed about. And this initiative, we started off with Tata Elixir, and then we had kind of trying to build a global outreach for this initiative. In fact, we have presented this in the Oran Alliance in Athens as well earlier this year, through which we got a partnership with University of Taiwan. We are also collaborating with HC and OSM and some Indian universities. So anybody interested from a technology or regulatory or academia perspective, please reach out to us. We would love to collaborate on this. So thank you for the opportunity and hope to work together for a better world with better connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You have any questions or any comments? I don't know, on the presentation. So maybe
There is one question.
Yes, please. Let me give you the mic.
Uh, Good afternoon. Thank you for a very nice presentation, brief and concise. I was wondering what kind of levels of collaborations are you looking for? Are you looking from the government or the civil societies, technical communities, or I would like to know because I would also like to engage, various levels from my country in Tanzania.
Sure. So we are looking for collaborators in multiple levels. So in the right side of the slide, you can see the different agencies, because this has to be an ecosystem of things, right? For example, when you're talking about bringing in a notion of social credit, it requires regulatory help. When you talk about doing researching on the ML models that can further help in the autonomy, we want support from academia and the industry. When we want to commercialize this, because at the end of the day, for this to be successful, we also have to move towards a model of altruistic capitalism, right? Where we have to work with the public operators. So we need the industry support as well. So we are open. So we need multifaceted collaboration, and please feel free to contact me, and we can discuss more on this.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'd like to invite our next speaker, Mrs. Xinhua Chen from Hangzhou Rudi Biological Technology Limited. And she's going to speak about the fusion. Oh, okay, so it's Mr., not Mrs. Sorry about that.
Sorry, actually.
And he's going to speak about the fusion of nanosecond pulses and artificial intelligence, precise medicine innovation in the field of tumor ablation. So over to you,
So
Mr.
let's
Chen.
over here, right? This one too. Okay, good afternoon. And thank you for stay late for the session. Either you are the real lover of this, or you probably have the presentation like after me. Anyway, my name is Sean Fan from Ready Biotechnology and R Ablation. And Ms. Chen, she could not make it, so I'm doing the presentation for her. So the title of the presentation is The Fusion of Nanosecond Pulse and Artificial Intelligence, which is the precision medicine innovation in the field of tumor ablation. It will cover 4 parts, why we did it, and what have done, and challenges and the future work. So why we did it, as we all know, the cancer is the killer for the human health. Like every day, approximately like 50,000 people diagnosed with cancer, and about like 1,700 die from it. There are 4 types of treatments: surgery, radiotherapy, chemo, and minimal invasive surgery, MIS. Each one has their own pros and cons. So we will focus on the MIS, which is our innovation. So for the traditional MIS technology, there are some drawbacks, which include the risk of damaging blood vessels and nerves, and potentially also injure the nearby organs. And also because of the heat sink effect could cause incomplete ablation. So to address those problems, we innovate a novel technology called a nanosecond knife. So here's the short demo for the technology. 1 second. How to play the video? Oh, okay.
The nanosecond knife, originally developed by Hangzhou Reidi Biotechnology Company Limited, is a new generation of tumor treatment product that has won the Spatial Fund of National Science and Technology Major Project. It adopts ultra-high voltage pulsed electric field technology and has dual core patents of adaptive impedance control and adaptive ECG control. In addition, it has obtained the special approval channel for innovative medical devices from the National Medical Products Administration and was nominated for the National 13th Five-Year Plan Science and Technology Innovation Achievement Exhibition. The nanosecond knife precisely guides the probes into the targeted tumor site through ultrasound or CT. And the probes deliver nanosecond level pulses to form an over 10,000 volt high voltage electric field, which induce intracellular electrical processing effect, destroying the internal structure of tumor cells, damage the nucleus, cause tumor cell apoptosis, activate the human body's tumor-specific immune mechanism, eliminate distant metastatic tumor cells, and completely ablate the tumor. The nanosecond pulse technology breaks through the forbidden zone of cryo and thermal ablation and allows complete preservation of normal blood vessels, bioducts, and nerve structures around the tumor. Through tissue regeneration, the ablated area will be self-repaired, recovering normal organ function. The innovative nanosecond ultra-short pulse technology perfectly overcomes the muscle twitching problem caused by microsecond steep pulse therapy. Reidi will bravely scale new heights with endless innovation. The nanosecond knife opens a new era of tumor treatment.
Okay, so due to the innovation, we have one like breakthrough product awards in both China and the United States, and also you just get FDA breakthrough device certificate in the United States. However, there are still like some challenges in this technology, mainly like the high precision requirements. Basically, like small error can cause suboptimal treatments. And also it's relatively complex to use, require a lot of training, and also it's a high cost because of the machine and also the training. Therefore, we actually introduce like AI technology to automate the process in basically like 3 phases before, during, and after surgeries. So most like those are the like 6 phases from the 3 different phases. As we can sorry. So the 6 phases, but more specifically, first one is intelligent imaging processing. So we use a computer vision technology to detect the tumor with the high speed and accuracy. And second is like a surgery planning. So we use like 3D visualization combined with a 2D contour, so we can personalize the surgery and also treatments. And the third one is kind of intelligent surgery, which includes like kind of smart navigation path. So let we get exactly the location of the tumor, and also allow the level of the energy, the basic energy field from the nanosecond knife cover the exactly area with the right level. So for the future work, we basically vision that we create a fully automatically a system for the ablation diagnosis and treatments, and automatically the whole process. And also after the surgery, we actually track the effects, evaluate the surgery planning. We think that it will contribute to the global like sustainable development in 3 aspects. One is kind of enhance the global health and well-being. And second is expanding the innovative technology to lower resource people and the regions to improve social equality. And the last is promote medical innovation and infrastructure development. That's our talk. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Mr. Chen. Do we have any questions for his project? Yes. So I'll take the question here and then.
I'm really impressed. Great technology. How will you address the lack of people knowing how to use the precision needle? Are you programming some training? How do you address that challenge?
Yeah. So I mean, currently, actually, all the user, the one actually do the clinical trial, are the surgeons and the doctors. Actually, they have very a lot of understanding of I mean, medical knowledge and also about the technology. And we do provide the training whenever we actually get into the hospital to ask them to do this clinical trial. We actually provide the training. And that secondly, actually, that's one of the purpose of introduce AI technology. We hope to make it easier for them to use. Even the less experienced doctor can use it. And also another thing is by provide kind of 3D visualization and also the surgeon simulation. So those doctors actually can actually practice and gain the experience of using this technology.
First of all, congratulations for the technology. And my mother was suffering from cancer, and she's actually a survivor right now. I'm using an iPhone, and I remember Steve Jobs, died from pancreatic cancer.
Yes.
I was wondering, can your technology target the pancreatic cancer? Number one. Number two, there is also the cancer of the blood cancer.
Mm-hmm.
How does your technology, address the issue of blood cancer? Thank you.
Sure. My thoughts go with your mother, and actually, the one like Steve Jobs, he's like pins, right? That disease, and for the clinic trial, actually, we started with liver cancer, but also had clinic trial in both like the other diseases, including heart disease, and also the one you just mentioned from Steve Jobs. Because that one actually, for other diseases, there are still some treatments, but for what the Steve Jobs has, there's very little choice. Actually, we had some actually clinical trial on that as well. And regarding the heart disease, that's one of the key issue, the change for this the traditional ablation technology, because like when the tumor is on the blood vessel and or the nerves, right? So that technology, the traditional technology, kill everything. But for this one, it is kind of issue, kind of selective. It can actually avoid damage of the blood vessel. So we already have the products, the clinical trial on those diseases as well. But it's a tough problem to address.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chen. I think that's a very important thing that you are doing right now, and wish you all the best
Thank you
for this project.
Thanks.
So another round of applause for Mr. Chen. And now I'd like to invite our next speaker, Mrs. Florence Upendo Rashidi, and Mr. Emmanuel Mkina, for presenting the next doing the next presentation on developing an AI-powered system for enhancing transparency and accountability in public procurement and project monitoring in Tanzania. So moving now from health to preventing and combating corruption.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present our use case. As the MCF said, my name is Florence Upendo Rashidi. I'm from the University of Dodoma in Tanzania. So this use case is a collaboration with 3 organizations, the University of Dodoma, the University of Dar es Salaam, and the organization, the Prevention and Combating of Corruption Bureau in Tanzania. So our use case name is developing an artificial intelligence powered system for enhancing transparent and accountability in public procurement and project monitoring in Tanzania. So why did we come with this? How did we come to address this problem? Procurement and project monitoring in Tanzania is facing challenges due to lack of transparent and accountability. So as researchers, we came to our understanding that by using artificial intelligence, we can combat this challenge by introducing AI in system. So the key issue that we try to look at is lack of transparent, resource constraint, reactive measures, and complex of corrupt practices. So far we have a pre-trained model. That's why we can see these cases study 1, 2, and 3, corruption in building and road construction. We have a pre-trained model where we tested it to see how it will detect the anomalies of corruption. Though this project, it has 8 months, we have finished the data collection part. So after data cleaning and data analysis, that's when we'll develop the real one that will do the corruption and detection. So in alignment with the SDGs, this problem, it aligns with the SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. So for this SDG 9, it will help to ensure integrity in procurement process, which is crucial for developing quality, reliable, and sustainable infrastructure. For SDG 11, it will enhance the tendering process because in procurement, there's a tendering process. So with this AI, it will help to enhance the tendering process, also contributing to the development of sustainable cities through accountable and transparent governance, leading to the efficient creation of public services and infrastructure. Also, with the SDG 16, it will combat corruption and enhance transparent, significant building effective, accountable, and inclusive institution at all levels. So that's why these 3 SDGs, they align with this problem that we are going to address. So on the existing solution, currently, most of the existing solution that we have, the existing solution that we have in our country is traditional anti-corruption mechanism, whereby by the time the corruption investigator get the information about a certain organization, there is some corruption, it is too late for them to combat it, and even for the resource that have been stolen or anything that have been, if it's a project for construction, the resources will be used. That's why we see that this traditional mechanism is not good, and we see that is where the research gap is. That's why we come up with AI machine learning in anti-corruption, whereby it will help to detect anomalies before, during the tendering process, because we can see some issues using the AI model. So, so the main objective of this AI model is to enhance transparent and accountability in public procurement and project monitoring in Tanzania using advanced AI and machine learning techniques. And the main concept is we'll have data collection, whereby a comprehensive data set from the PCCB, district councils, courts, tax authorities, procurement regulatory bodies, including tender documents, evaluation reports, corruption cases, and relevant laws and regulation. So in data collection, this is the stakeholder that will be involved. And also our data will be only text because all the things that are involved in tendering are in text format. So we'll use natural language and large language model techniques. We use NLP techniques for data processing, analyzing, and understanding the procurement domain, and large language model, it will be used for the interactive because currently we have a pre-trained model, which is like a chat GPT, whereby you can interact with it to give you some anomalies detection for what you have feed in that system. So in this, our solution, the core function, it will be text generation, whereby it will assist investigators by generating relevant text using generative AI. Also, there is a text clarification. It will classify documents such as there is corruption or there is no corruption. So from what it will be, from what you feed, it will give you a feedback like this. With this, what you feed, there is a sense of corruption or there is no corruption. Also, there will be anomaly detection, identify irregularities and anomalies in procurement data, multimodal analysis, integrate various data types, comprehensive insight. Also, we have model training and fine tuning. There is unsupervised pre-training and supervising fine tuning. So what will be the benefit of this AI model if we apply it in our country? First of all, it will allow us to have a real-time monitoring of procurement processes and project execution. Also, we will have a proactive corruption detection AI system to predict and detect patterns of corruption, because the previous one was using the reactive corruption detection. Also, it will improved resource allocation. So the resource will be used effectively in our country. Also, stakeholder empowerment. So the stakeholders who are involved in procurement, even project execution, will be empowered with this solution. So this is our use case diagram. Under this diagram, it will involve the PCCB, which are the Prevention and Combating Corruption Bureau. Also, we have 2 universities, but from the diagram, we didn't put the other one. We have 2 universities, and also we have stakeholders that are judicial, tax people, and the PPRA. So under this diagram, the PCCB, they'll contribute machine learning expert and also data collectors, and from the university, for them, they'll provide machine learning experts, and from the stakeholders, it's where we'll get the data. So as you can see there, it's not pointing. As you can see from the diagram, the PCCB will be involved in data correction, and this data will come from the stakeholders. And once the data they are corrected, the university will be involved in data processing, training the model together with the PCCB. And when we train the model, and the model is okay, model deployment, it's the stakeholders that will be involved, plus the PCCB investigators, who are the one will be testing the model because they're the one who are using it in detecting these anomalies and the corruption signs. So our future for this model, currently, it's only in corruption, but we want to expand its capability by training it in a broader range of domain and with different model, languages, vision, and text to improve accuracy and accountability. Also, in data collection, we have to collect more data in healthcare, education, infrastructure, and governance. Also, under supervised use and supervised pre-trained technique to develop a foundation model that understands various domains. Also for the supervised fine-tuned as well. So in terms of collaboration, so far we have been aligned with ITU AI for Good to initiate the leverage AI for social impact. And also, as we have said before, we are in line with the 3 UN SDGs. So in collaboration, for other future work, we are planning to have training sessions when the model is ready. Also, awareness campaign to the stakeholders from different organizations because procurement process it's done in so many companies, organization, private and government ones. So all of them will have to give them awareness on how this AI can combat corruption during the tendering process, procurement process and project execution. So for research development, we'll add more academic institutions and any research institution to have more AI models and methodologies. Also for the funding part, we are still looking for more fund so that we can put it in a bigger way. As we can see from the future, we need to go to the health part, health party, education part. So we are still looking for fund and resources so that we can put it in a bigger model. So this is all for this.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Albert. I think congratulations, Dr. Florence, for presentation. But I think among the stakeholders who will need to consult should be the experienced contractors who maybe they'll be able to let you know where the real fraud is done. It could be not only from the procurement side, but even on the actual construction sites. So apart from the bureau, PCCB bureau, you need also to contact the actual people doing that task, not only the institution, maybe the government institution to submit the tender document or whatever, but also the contractor, even the retired one, they will be able to let you know that where the real fraud happens and how it can be combated, and then you can train your model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albert. We'll take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Florence. I think your solution is very critical, especially for the global south, where corruption is actually eating on the budgets of these countries. And as you improve the system, I think it will contribute towards development. And as a researcher on tech trends, I found there are only like 2 universities in East Africa that are very big in AI: University of Dodoma and Nelson Mandela University. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for, putting your foot down and making sure that, Tanzania is leading on the AI and these solutions. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. So another round of applause for Professor Rashidi. And now we'll move to another presentation. So now we move from the corruption part to fashion. So our next speaker is Mrs. Zi Yu from Beijing Institute of Fashion, and she's going to talk about generative AI-driven fashion design. So over to you, Mrs. Yu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am come from Beijing, China, and I'm a fashion designer and also a teacher to teach digital fashion in Beijing. And today I'm excited to share the highlights from the first New York AI Fashion Week featuring the 2023 AI Couture series Exquisite Wonderland. And this showcase explored the beauty of blue and white porcelain, blending Chinese culture heritage with Western aesthetic. We used these porcelain patterns in evening gowns and overcoats and others, mixing classic Eastern elements with modern Western design and futuristic touches. We aim to change how fashion is designed. Using new technologies, we want to make design faster, reduce the waste, and support the sustainable practice in the fashion industry. This page shows the image from the show. Using AI, designers do not need to make real samples. We can quickly see how the final garment will look. And we use AI to create images for a real fashion show, including show pictures, digital images, backstage images, runway design images, fashion editorial, and even red carpet and front row guests. By using prompts to create this series of fashion photos, we greatly reduce the cost of actual photo shoots. Here's the backstage images showing the tension of before the models goes on the stage. And we also create many runway designs that fit the overall style, creating a storytelling sense. And importantly, our designs support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, especially SDG 12 and SDG 9. Through digital and AI drove design, we help modelizing the industry and support responsible consumption and production, moving towards a more sustainable fashion industry. We compare two design processes, AI and traditional. In the AI processes, we use prompts and software to create and combine styles digitally. In the traditional process, where designers draw by hand and make the physical models, the main difference is our AI process is fully digital, allowing precise changes and custom design quickly. Technologies like Close 3D and Midjourney helps us reduce the need for the physical prototypes and speed up the time to market. In our future work,
will focus on developing new designs and expanding the exquisite Wonderland series. We will create more types of clothing and accessories using the blue and white porcelain patterns. AI will help us improve designs and offer custom solutions for the global clients. And can it move? Okay. Yes. And let's talk about our use of technology. On the left, you can see we start with AI generate designs using tools like ChatGPT and Midjourney and DALL-E 3. In the middle, we use 3D modeling software like Close3D and C4D to refine and visualize these designs digitally. On the right, you can see it's the final product, a physical garment made from our digital designs. Our goal is to improve AI algorithm, develop a better pattern recognition model, and create new tools for actual design across different materials. This makes our design process faster and more efficient. We will create an online platform with a virtual try-on feature to showcase our collections and provide interactive shopping experience. We will partner with fashion companies and designers and technology providers to push the industry toward a digital and sustainable future. And thank you for your attention and support. We're looking forward to your feedback and cooperations as we continue to advance sustainable and innovative fashion. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Yu. Thank you. And thank you for sharing the innovations in fashion design. Do we have time for one question? Yeah. Okay, no question. So thank you again. Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite Mr. Hildebrando Lima from Lenovo Brazil for his presentation, the Libras project.
I think most of you will not understand what I just said. This is the Brazilian Sign Language. I'm not proficient. I don't blame you. Shame on me. I just know a few signs. But that's the situation that many people have in front of them every day. Even in Brazil, we have this challenge to bring the technology for everyone. That's the Lenovo message, smarter technology for all. And I had no idea 4 years ago when we started this project, 2.3 million people only in Brazil communicates using sign language. It's a quarter of the population of Switzerland alone. And almost 500 million people use sign language to communicate. So how can we address this? Bringing AI for all. So we started this with a research from a person on the team that does voluntary work, and she works with her community doing sign language. And in an ideation process, we have how can we use AI to build up a solution that can seamlessly translate the sign language from Brazil and other countries in the future using that AI technology. So we started recording thousands of hours of videos, and we had the achievement of building up a self-service PC support to use for the internal employees in the factory, and using the internal employees that only communicate using sign language to train the model And then we expanded this to more people, and more than 100 people started to build up our large language model. Then we record 23,000 hours of video to train this model. And then we tested Euclidean, convolutional, we tested dynamic time warper, and that doesn't work. We developed a proprietary time warper mechanism to address the vectoring that came from the sign detection from your bone's position using the 5 parameters of the sign language. So we have the hand shape, the palm orientation, the articulation point, the movement, and also the face expression. The face expression will tell you if it's a question, it's an affirmation, this is a frightening question, and that will give up the meaning of the solution. So we build up with a popular and LLMs from written Portuguese, voice coding that is also an AI library that is available. It's not belonging to us, and we'll build up with these vectors, billions of vectors, and then we can change this into a human image, into voice or text. So then we created also a humanized avatar, because after interviewing many of the deaf persons, they don't like the toy-like avatars. They don't think that transmits the message of the conversation. So we developed a human-based avatar. This is not a real person. This is a person that was created by AI. So you can type a text in Portuguese or speak in Portuguese, and it will generate the sign language for the person that is communicating the other side. And then we came up with a pattern that recognizes the face and also generating the AI model. And the plan is to deploy this firstly within this year into Lenovo PC services support. So people with that situation can get better support, but we've been talking to banks, to government agencies, and they are telling us that most of the time when people with deaf disabilities need support, they don't go alone to the sites. They go with somebody that can talk to them and use their language to solve their problems. Imagine the situation, you go to the hospital 3 in the morning and nobody can understand you, no matter what you do. So that's our challenge. And for future collaboration, we plan to work with other countries and other organizations to build up the solution for other languages as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation and excellent maybe outcome already. I see this is already implemented. Yeah,
it will be implemented during this year. It's on testing phase.
It's on testing phase.
It's on testing phase.
Okay. Do we have any question? We have time for one question from the audience. Yes.
So your model is translation between the sign languages and the Portuguese. Do you have any future work to communicate with the other languages to populate in the rest of the world?
We don't have yet plans written, but we are open to discuss with other countries. The one which will be closer is France, because the French language, actually Libre's language, is a kind of derivation from the French language. So working with the French institution will be easier because some of the signs will be the same and they will be easier to translate.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So we'll now move to the next speaker. I think the next speaker is a remote speaker. So it's Mrs. Shahja Baroud from Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology. And she's going to, her presentation is on machine translations for Khmer Braille Cambodia.
Okay, hello everybody. Good afternoon. I hope everyone can hear me clearly.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for joining. Yes, we can hear you very well. So you have the floor for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shahja Baroud. I am AI for Good Scholar. I'm just presenting today on behalf of Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology. It's not my project, but I'm just presenting the author's work. So the project is focused on machine translations for Khmer Braille, an initiative aimed at improving accessibility for visually impaired individuals in Cambodia. In Cambodia, visually impaired individuals face significant challenges due to the lack of educational resources. Schools such as the
Sorry,
National Institute.
Shadia. Sorry,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. We cannot see your slides. You have slides?
Yes, I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second to share my slides. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. 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 So, as I mentioned before, in Cambodia, visually impaired individuals face significant challenges due to the lack of the educational resources. Schools such as the National Institute of Special Education struggle with limited access to Braille translation software, which is often expensive and prone to errors. These issues make it difficult for students to learn, as long as for the teacher to provide significant education, especially in subjects requiring special science and formula like we all know, math, physics, and chemistry. Our projects focus in, as you see, these SDG goals, but especially we are working on or focusing the 4th and 10th goals, which is aimed to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and to reduce inequalities. Our goal is to bridge. Our goal is to bridge. Sorry. Our goal is to bridge the gap between visually impaired individuals and the rest of society by developing an open source machine translation system for Khmer Braille. As I mentioned, Khmer is the Cambodia official language. Next, I will show an example for Khmer Braille. As we can see, the script uses a combination of phrase dots to present the characters similar to other Braille system, but adapted to the unique characteristics of the Khmer language. So for our project, or for the Academy of Digital Technology of Cambodia, they developed a baseline machine translation system utilizing a statistical model. The system achieved 85% blue score for Khmer to Braille translation and 70% score for Braille to Khmer translation using the operation sequence model. This solution is designed to be an open source and freely accessible to the public, making it a valuable resource for the visually impaired community in Cambodia. Next, we are looking forward. We are looking forward to plan to further improve our system by incorporating advanced neural machine translation models and expanding the database, or sorry, the data set. We also aim to develop a mobile and web application to increase accessibility. Additionally, we are now conducting a workshop to train educators and students on how to use the new tools effectively. Our work is supported by various studies and collaborations with organizations such as CAROS, TEMI organization, and the National Institute of Special Education. That's all. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadia. So maybe a round of applause for Shadia. Do we have any questions from the floor or for the speaker? Okay, I don't see any requests for the floor. So thank you very much, Sadia, but we have to move fast on our side because we are running out of time here. So I'd now like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Prudvi Krishna Pavluri from Niti Aayog, India. And he's going to speak about AI-based chatbots for farmers. So Mr. Pavluri, you have the floor.
This one?
Excuse me, is this 16? 16. Okay. Yeah, this one. No, no, no. This.
So, distinguished delegates, scholars, and audience. So, good evening, everyone. I would like to thank you, everyone, for your valuable time and patience. So, I am P. Prithvi Krishna from India. I am a student at SRM University, AP, currently working as an intern in Omax Technocraft Solutions, incubated in SRM University. So, it's my honor to present my topic over here. So, AI-based chatbot for farmers. So in this PPT, I would like to explain the contents involved, like problem to be addressed, literature survey, our solution, current status, and future works. So problem to be addressed. If you see, the agriculture sector in India faces a multitude various of challenges ranging from climate conditions, soil fertility, and crop breeding, market access, training, and this one. So imagine a farmer named Ramu, like any farmer named Ramu. Ramu struggles every year for like a year because of his sudden changes in weather, often changes in the seeds. So the case study to represents that Ramu doesn't know what is the climate condition. Ramu doesn't know what is the soil fertility. He doesn't know what is the seed quality is using. He doesn't know what is the water management and etc. So focusing on the SDGs like 2, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 represents like zero hunger, good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, industry, innovation and infrastructure, responsible climate, responsible consumption and production, as well as life on land. So can we address the above sustainable development goals? The answer is yes, we can address. So background of existing body of work, literature, the gaps between the. So the benefits of these references, we can see there is a potential for nutrition improvement. They can be improved crop monitoring, early disease detection can be done, and the drawbacks or gaps. No accessibility to AI and lack of knowledge and training. So farmers doesn't know how to use the AI for agriculture. So data is not available. So our solution, AI-based chatbot for farmers, where the promises to revolutionize the agriculture by unfinding multiple government agency data into the intelligence models. So building an AI chatbot involves like collecting the soil land data, geolocation coordinates, as well as climate and water data, government policies, training and education. So let's see just workflow how it works. Q&A by Ramu, a farmer. So suppose let us think like Ramu is not educated. He is from India and Andhra Pradesh. So his native language is Telugu. So simply Ramu logins to the app. So he can say chatbot suggests that select your native language. So I mentioned he is from the Andhra Pradesh. His native language may be Telugu. So he presses the Telugu and immediately chatbot says that in Telugu, నేను మీకు ఏ విధంగా సహాయపడగలను. So it means that, hello Ramu, how can I help you? So let's see in the right side English. So Ramu says that, so my name is Ramu. I have a land. Which crop can I grow? So immediately chatbot replies, okay, don't worry Ramu. Please share your land details. Please share you the images of the land and enable the GPS. So immediately Ramu feels happy. He just opens the same application. He just opens the camera. He just uploads the photos via application. So immediately chatbot. So it analyzes the soil. It analyzes gets the geolocation and coordinates. So it analyzes the water availability in that particular region. And immediately it gives the suggestions. So dear Ramu, this was the winter season or this was the rainy season. Based on your land and the water availability in that region, so you can simply grow carrots in that particular area. So there is a nearby also chatbot also extra suggestions that there is a nearby gram panchayat office. So you can go and see for the schemes, best subsidies you can get. So the seed quality pesticides you can purchase over there. And also tomorrow in your area. So as GPS is enabled, the chatbot can analyze where the Ramu is situated and it suggests that training is going on in area. Please attend and get a training related to the agriculture. So Ramu feels happy. He just says thank you. So this is the sequence diagram in the flow as mentioned in the Q&A. Just simply Ramu logins to the app. The AI model analyzes everything by giving the Ramu user details, land details, his query analysis, etc. So AI model automatically it's analyze everything and as an output it again regenerates to the Ramu. So this was nothing but image acquisition like ISRO, NBSS, ISRI, LUP. These are the data where we are collecting. So the current status of our work, data integration and standardization. So we already collected the data from various resources from Telangana and also from Agri market. The data references are shown below. And machine learning models. So we are trying to build an XGP regressor model to forecast the predictions. So XGP regressor model, why? So it has the capability, XGBoost machine learning model, it has the capability of handling large data with a processing speed, good processing speed. So user-friendly interface. So to all happen, so Ramu to interact with the AI, he must have a nice application user-friendly interface. So to interact with the AI-driven decision support system. So these are our future works like analyzing the land images from ISRO and other data I mentioned, and prediction of soil fertility using images, contributions to the focus group of autonomous network, as well as collaborations with ITU. So these are the references I mentioned in the literature survey. And thank you for your valuable time, for your valuable presence.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We have time for one question, maybe. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Just a clarification. I wanted to ask you first of all, how did you engage with the farmers to design the solution? That's one question. And what kind of crops are you supporting? Because obviously data it's a challenge, right? To obtain the data, and agriculture changes a lot depending on the different crops that you want to support and the different value chains. So I just wanted to understand a little bit more about farmer engagement and type of crops that are supported.
So coming to the farmer engagement, my use case authors have been engaged with some farmers in Telangana. So from the past month, I have been working in this. So I personally doesn't engage with the farmers. So coming to the data, we are using open source data from the Telangana websites and Agri market. So where we can get all the data from 2014 to 2024 related text data regarding geolocations, water availability, and the pesticides they are using. Thank you. Thank you.
So maybe just one more question. How does the farmer interact with the system? Is it a smartphone or how?
Is it smartphone?
Smartphone.
Smartphone.
So it's an app on.
Yeah, it's an app.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pavluri.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Round of applause again for Mr.
Yeah.
Pavluri.
My special thanks to the ITU team. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we come to our last speaker, and that's Mr. Daniele Tricario from GSMA. And he's going to present to us AI for Sustainable Development in Action, assessing emerging use cases in the Global South.
Is this one? No, this one.
This one.
This one.
I just press here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm here representing the GSMA. The GSMA is the Global Association of the Mobile Industry. And the idea of this presentation today is really to provide you a bit of an overview of the kind of work that we are doing at the GSMA when it comes to AI and leveraging AI for impact, and particularly to focus on the work that we're doing on low and middle income countries, which is an area where I specifically work. Maybe I will give you a few words, a little introduction about the GSMA. As I mentioned, a Global Association of the Mobile Industry, representing over 1,000 companies in the mobile ecosystem, primarily mobile operators, but also technology vendors, network providers, software companies, you know, the kind of companies in the broad ecosystem. As an industry association, we've worked very closely with our members to support the SDGs. We were also the first kind of sector to commit to become a net zero sector by 2050. So first of all, I wanted to give you maybe a bit of overview on the mobile industry and AI, how we see it. First and foremost, it's important to say that mobile operators are shifting to AI. They're becoming more and more AI centric. They're really becoming AI companies themselves. And we've heard before a couple of interesting presentations from mobile operators. It is really a driver for business efficiencies. And here in this slide, you can see where AI is really contributing, right? It's helping mobile operators becoming more intelligent in the way they optimize networks. It is helping with detecting, minimizing, and preventing fraud. It is helping with energy management, reducing energy wastage. That is a big driver. Telecoms networks are one of the most demanding kind of like infrastructure when it comes to energy at a national level. And of course, when it comes to improving customer service, right? Most of us will have interacted at some point with a digital assistant or a chatbot when calling a telco provider. Really, AI is enabling the scaling of and the improvement in quality of customer service. So at GSMA, we are working with the industry to really coordinate the work of mobile operators, make sure that they share best practices, they work together, and also they support ethical and trustworthy AI approaches, which is something that we are very concerned about and something that we are talking a lot about in this event. Besides, though, AI being a driver for business efficiencies and internal operations efficiencies, AI is also contributing to AI to use case innovation, right? And that's also a big area of work for us. We have a team that is called AI for Impact within the GSMA, and we're primarily focusing on leveraging AI intelligence and mobile big data for use case innovation. Mobile operators obviously have a key asset, which is mobile big data. It's anonymized data on population mobility patterns, right? That can be really, really helpful for a variety of use cases. So we've been working with the industry to support innovations in this area. One area that you can certainly think about and maybe remember some of the projects that have been quite prominent in these areas has been COVID-19, right? During COVID-19, mobile operators partnered with government to leverage this kind of data in conjunction with health data from government, really for COVID-19 response and prevention. So I sit within a part of the GSMA that is called Mobile for Development, and that's the foundation arm of the GSMA. And what we do essentially, we work in low and middle income countries to support the development, the implementation of scalable, commercially viable, impactful solutions, mobile-based solutions for underserved communities. These are the areas of work, of our work. And I would say that emerging technologies and AI are really also becoming central to our work. At the moment, we are doing quite a lot of work when it comes to research to better understand the opportunity to leverage AI for development in a development context, particularly in Africa. And this work is really foundational research, action-oriented research to inform work that we want to do in the ground. Part of the work that we do is we provide grant funding. So we provide grants, we provide technical assistance to startups, to social enterprises to actually develop use cases. So in this sense, we're kind of aligned with the work of the ITU, and we also help them to build partnerships with mobile operators. So this is the framework that we have developed to guide our thinking when it comes to AI for development in emerging markets. You can see here really the sort of like key components that we are looking at. This framework we are using at the moment. This framework to guide our research when it comes to Africa, and in particular, 3 countries. We're focusing on Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. We're doing a deep dive into specific sectors. In this case, for this research, we're looking at agriculture, climate action, and energy. So 3 interrelated sectors where we're seeing really a strong drive and strong adoption of AI type of driven, impact-led type of use cases. And we're also looking at the healthcare sector specifically for South Africa. So we're taking really an approach to do a deep dive, focus on specific sectors and countries. And as you can see from this framework, really at the core of our analysis, what we're trying to understand is where the gaps and challenges are when it comes to the three fundamental enablers for AI innovation: data, compute, and skills. And of course, data, particularly when it comes to generative AI, is a big challenge. We've been talking about the role of LLMs, the opportunity to develop chatbots, but certainly the availability of localized language data is a challenge. Compute is also limited in low and middle income countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, and AI skills at all levels as well need to be supported. So we're really trying to understand where the opportunities and gaps are and how we can support as GSMA. So this is the kind of ecosystem mapping that we are doing. Here you have a snapshot from Kenya. Of course, it's a very complex ecosystem, so I won't cover all the different actors here. But this is just to say that we are a private sector organization, so we focus on the role of private sectors, of mobile operators, of startups. But for this effort, really, we are trying to look at the role that different actors play in the ecosystem. Of course, government, the public sector is absolutely crucial as an enabling actor, but also as a partner for innovation when it comes to use cases. We're also looking at civil society. We're looking at NGOs, all the different actors that are playing a role, because really we do believe that all the actors need to have a voice, and everyone has an important role to play here for innovation. So this is an overview of what we found in terms of applications. So across the three markets that I mentioned before, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, we have come across, just looking at these three interrelated sectors, agriculture, energy, and climate, we have found just short of 100 specific applications. With applications is a variety of products and services, so actual commercial products developed, for example, by startups, but also pilot projects, proof of concepts. It's a variety really of solutions out there. I think what is important to say is that the agriculture sector in Africa specifically, the agri-tech sector is very vibrant. We're seeing a high amount of applications that are coming to market. It's a vibrant sector, particularly in markets like Kenya and Nigeria. But also we're seeing innovations when it comes to predictive AI, but also generative AI solutions in the energy tech and climate tech sectors. Maybe one important thing to say that you can see here from this slide is that perhaps surprisingly, maybe not so surprisingly, of course, there is a lot of buzz and a lot of interest about generative AI, but when we look at the nature of these solutions, 98% of all the solutions we came across are actually predictive AI. So traditional predictive machine learning type of solutions that are becoming more and more intelligent. So we're looking more at the latest generation of predictive AI. Generative AI is coming up. It's certainly there, but it is very, very nascent, and particularly in Africa, the lack of data is a big challenge to develop this kind of solutions, the lack of local language data. I mentioned before the variety of solutions. It's great to see that when we look at the types of use cases, products and services are really coming up. So we're actually seeing a commercialization of AI for impact, AI-driven type of solutions across these sectors. But of course, there is a great deal of pilot testing and proofs of concepts still in the broad ecosystem. So just to leave you with a couple of key takeaways, if we look at the agri sector, as I mentioned before, it is really quite vibrant. The key challenges that are out there that need to be addressed and where AI is being leveraged are around lack of access to information, input and markets, and the vulnerability to economic and climate shocks. These are pre-existing challenges that have been around for some time, but really AI is helping with more intelligent data-driven services. And the key use cases where we're seeing more and more innovation are these ones that you can see here: crop management, precision agriculture in particular. So the opportunity to really use AI intelligence with localized data from IoT, for example, to provide highly detailed field level advisory to farmers. And of course, agri-digital financial services as well. Climate action challenges related to lack of access to information and resources also exist there, and really the communities have challenges when it comes to adaptation, resilience, and also mitigation strategies. Climate change and human activity threatens also natural resources, so that is a big challenge when we look at climate action, how to protect nature and the environment. Some of the key use cases that we're seeing are weather and climate forecast, early warning systems, and natural resource management, where really AI is supporting innovation. And finally, when it comes to energy, the challenge, of course, is that about 43% of people across the three markets that we have looked at in detail lack access to power, but also other challenges like grid overcapacity, outdated infrastructures, they're also very, very present. So we're seeing more and more innovators, existing energy tech companies that are shifting to AI for much more intelligent, smart energy management, predictive type of equipment, maintenance solutions, smart mapping tools as well as sensors to optimize energy consumptions. These are really like the key highlights that we have for now. But as I said, this is really action-oriented research. It's a deep dive that we've done, and it's really meant to inform new work that we're going to begin from the beginning of next year, from 2025, whereby we will be launching an innovation fund to support startups who are keen to innovate with AI and support impactful use cases. So there will be more to come, more research, but also more work on the ground with the opportunity for us to provide grant funding as well as technical assistance and help innovators design and scale up these solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniele. Have any questions for Mr. Daniele? Okay, I don't see any requests for the floor, so thanks again, Daniele. So we have reached the end of all the presentations. So I'd like to thank all the speakers for sharing with us, their projects today, and I hope you've enjoyed it as well. So now we'll go to the closing remarks. We reach almost the end of the session. And I'd like to invite Mr. Yu Xiaoyi, President of CAICT, to deliver the closing remarks. Mr. Yu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vijay Murray. It's a perfect moderator this afternoon. Dear discussion guests, dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all enjoyed the workshop. The use case and the presentations. Thank you all for the enthusiastic participation. Under the umbrella of AI for Good, today we discussed many impressive AI applications, addressed several SDGs, thanks to the contribution and AI for Good scholars from different countries and fields for sharing their experience and results, demonstrating the great potential and the infinite future of AI application. Here, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all of you for your efforts, analysis, hard work, and achievements in creating the interim report. This workshop brings together global wisdom and demonstrates the power of collaboration for creating technology for good. Each use case not only records the innovative application of AI technology in different fields, but also provide profound insights on how AI can be used to promote social progress and solve complex SDG problems. From smart factories to conventional digital services, technology have access to every field and level of daily life. We are no longer helpless in the fact of the global challenges such as climate change, the health crisis, and the imbalance of resources in our societies. In AI, we have a powerful tool to support us to tackle these challenges together. The application of AI can promote equity in education, healthcare, diagnostics, optimize energy use, and promoting environment protection is helping us to pave a way to a more prosperous, equitable, and sustainable path for human society. We look forward to release the complete set of use cases at the World Artificial Intelligence Conference in Shanghai in July this year. We believe the report will provide valuable suggestions and guidelines for promoting the development of global AI, helping all sectors of society to better understand and use AI to solve practical problems and bring well-being to our society. In the Journal of Evolution of AI, everyone is a participator, and also everyone is a beneficiary. Let us work together to harness the power of AI to chart the course of a better future and create a harmonious, progressive, and collaborative world for all. Now I would to announce the conclusion of this Evolution for Impact, the winning AI use case workshop. I hope we look forward to see you in July this year in Shanghai at the World Artificial Intelligence Conference, AI for Global Forum in Shanghai. Look forward to your all participation. Thank you very much.
Cheers.